Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our regular meeting of council for Tuesday, November the 4th, our first regular meeting of council post-election. Good to be back in the chairs, and good to get back to work here this morning. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Likol Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. And finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land, and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. Moving to our approval of the agenda, I do believe that we have at least one item that we are adding to our agenda here this morning. I apologize, my council screen just isn't on. Just one second. There we go. So we do have an emergent item for the nomination for vice president for the Alberta municipality. So if we could have that item added to the agenda. So if I could have, are there any other items from council or administration to add to the agenda here this morning? Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. I move that the Council approve the November 4th, 2025 regular meeting of Council agenda with the following amendment. Add agenda item 7.2, emergent item, endorse Councillor Sambo for nomination of Vice President of City under 500,000 for the Board of Director with Alberta municipalities.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, moving to our moment of reflection, I did receive, I found out some good news this week about one of our sports programs. So one of the things that we had started doing in our last term that we would like to continue and encourage people to reach out is that if your organization is having success or have something that you'd like us to highlight during a moment of reflection, then please reach out. This is on behalf of the Chestermere Chiefs football program. And I do have an email here from one of their coaches that I just want to read quickly. Due to low registration numbers by midsummer, the Calgary Bantam Football Association forced us to play in the 9v9 league, having our players who insist on playing 12v12 go to a different organization. As a result, several of our better players made the decision, leaving us with even fewer players. Those who stayed formed a gutsy little team of only 16 players, many playing on both offense and defense against teams with twice as many players. With only 12 players to start, we were lucky enough to play one of a weaker team in our division. We dominated that game, and the basis for belief had begun. We continued to improve, drawing some attention at local schools, and were able to add 4 more players in the coming weeks. Still a small group in numbers, we were at least now able to spread the workload a bit. Banged up at times, but fortunately able to avoid any major injuries, this group of young men, ages 12 to 14, continued to fine-tune their abilities and efforts, beating all 5 of the other teams in our 16 league to finish the regular season undefeated. It wasn't without some adversities along the way, but our 5-0 record gave us a spot in the final against the 4-1 Cowboys. We also faced adversity in that final as the Cowboys came back in the fourth quarter to cut our 24-0 lead down to 24-16. Despite starting to wear down physically and having lost momentum, the boys dug deep to put together one last drive to kill the rest of the clock and score again. They won the game 32-16 to keep their undefeated season intact and win the championship. Both of these feats were the first time for any Chestermere Chiefs football team in history. Our parents and coaching staff were so proud of our plucky little Bantam football team who turned the preseason disappointment into a dream season, which they will cherish and remember forever. The group grew so close and would do anything they had to do to support each other. I've personally never been a part of a football team full of players who were so selfless. It was a true pleasure to coach them it was a true pleasure to coach them and see them succeed. So we just want to say congratulations to the Chestermere Chiefs football program, who were champions in the 9v9 league this year, and again, first time for a Chestermere Chiefs Bantam program to win a championship, to go undefeated, and so we'll prepare a certificate and card for this program. So congratulations to the Chestermere Chiefs football program. With that, we're going to now move to our public input session. And for our public input session, we do have one resident that has put their name down for a public input session. And so she will have 5 minutes. Again, just as a reminder to residents that for public input, if you are looking to speak to council at the public input session, that at a regular meeting of council, it has to be for an item that is currently on the agenda, whereas at a GAP meeting, you can speak to an item that is that is a concern across the municipality. Before doing that, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually had one thing to add for the moment of reflection.
Yeah.
I noticed yesterday that, and we have a recent retiree in our audience from the FIL. So Mr. Alan Malott was retired from refereeing for football for the Bantam Football League and put into the Hall of Fame. So I'd be remiss if I didn't bring it up and acknowledge the accomplishment. And, as a kid who played for the Chiefs. And so I understand what refereeing means to community sport, and I wouldn't let it go by without saying something. So thank you, sir.
No, thank you, Councillor Grant, for catching that. Thank you for catching that. I appreciate that. Yes, and congratulations on long storied reffing career with. Well, yeah, absolutely. Awesome. Thank you, Councillor Grant. Yeah, this is something that I would love to see us continue, is ensuring that we're highlighting success in our community. We have a lot of residents and teams and organizations that find success, and I think it's important to celebrate that and to acknowledge success within our community. So going back now then to public input, I believe we have Janine, who is coming and to speak with us here this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Do I need to adjust that, or is it okay? I am heard through this.
Yeah, so if you could just take a small step to your, there we go. And which item on the agenda is it that you were speaking to this morning?
9.3.1.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Greetings, Mayor and Council. My name is Janine Lucian. I live in the East Acreages of Chestermere and have been a resident now for over 28 years. This summer, I discovered that my property was overtaxed by the city for the last 3 years. It was only revealed when my July tips payment nearly tripled from the amount of $322 to a horrendous $933 per month. My reason for being here today is to present my point of view on today's agenda item called 9.3.1, Property Tax Correction. Yes, I require restitution, but in my plight I must also raise questions on behalf of all citizens as to how this could occur, why there is such poor communication, and does it have to be such an onerous task as a resident to get this restitution? Now, imagine my shock on the day when the July tips payment was automatically withdrawn from my bank account. Before notifying my bank's fraud department, I immediately called the city of Chestermere to inquire about this mistake. To be informed that a surtax policy applied because my property has remained undeveloped. For context, while this land was subdivided in 2018, the incorrectly applied policy 450, taxation of vacant lands, was enacted in 2019. At no point in time did I receive any notification from the city in writing of this policy. nor a change in tax status or how I will be affected by any of it. After investigating further, the only evidence of any change was in the fine print on the assessment and tax notice. I was told by Chestermere that this July 15th tip overcharge was a clerical error that also uncovered that our overtax scenario has been occurring for the past 3 years as well. Staff corrected 2025 by reimbursing $257.82 and put the tips on pause on August 13th, which was just in the nick of the time due to my urgent messages ahead of another incorrect automated tip payment scheduled for August 15th. By July 15th, we have paid a full year's taxes, so no further taxes to be paid until January 2026. At that point, I requested reimbursement of the past 3 years' funds that we have overpaid, plus the same 1.5 compounded monthly interest of that the City of Chestermere charges on every tax notice for accounts in arrears. I am told this small tax refund cannot be resolved without City Council approval. By city staff accounts, we are owed $4,269.23 from 2022 to 2024. The interest due is an additional $2,123.75. for a total of $6,392.98. Our accountant was hired to confirm the amount was correct and provide accrued interest charges. I sent an email on Wednesday, October 29th to the CAO. It reads, "Dear Mr. Edney, I hired an accountant to address the interest accrued on the overcharge of our taxes. I have just received this information and I am forwarding it for your perusal and to share with council prior to November 4th meeting. I am sure these figures provided by the accountant will match administration's homework figures." The agenda for today surprisingly does not broach the issue of interest payments as requested. Were you informed? Will it be included today in the discussion of the 9.3.1? Furthermore, let it be abundantly clear this was not my mistake and that has been acknowledged. As you are representatives of the residents, I respectfully request this clerical error be corrected by immediate compensation with interest. Thank you. And as Paul Harvey used to say, now you know the rest of the story.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Council, because we are going to be dealing with this as a matter that's on the agenda, I think we simply accept now for information here and then keep this in mind as we have the presentation from council when we get, presentation from administration when we get to item 9.3.
Questions?
Not at public input. Okay. It's not really a back and forth, so to speak. It's we receive the input and then we can consider that at the 9.3 item. Awesome, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council accept the public input for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Approval of the minutes. We have the approval of the September 23rd, 2025 regular meeting of council minutes. Can I have a councillor make the motion for the approval of the minutes, please? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Yes, I move that council approve the September 23rd, 2025 a regular meeting of council minutes as presented.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The October 7th Governance and Priorities Committee meeting. Can I have a councillor make the following motion for those committee meeting minutes, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the October 7th, 2025 Governments and Priority Committee minutes as presented.
Comments, questions from council? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning. I did notice two things under 5.1 for amendments. For the Mayor's Task Force for Recreation, my name is not listed. I'll just give.
Do you mean 5.2?
Nope, 5.1
Oh, sorry, you
committee
mean,
reports.
sorry, in the actual, sorry, what was that number again? 5.1?
5.1 committee reports. These are the minutes of October 7th. No?
Yeah, sorry, thank you. Yeah. And which item, sorry?
Page 3 of 7 in the minutes. Item 5.1 under committee reports. So that would be adding Councillor Sandbo to the Mayor's Task Force for Recreation. Excuse me. And the second one I noticed is for the Airport Community Consultative Committee. I did submit a report for that one, and it does not say report attached. So I wanted to make sure that that report was included.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions with regards to the minutes from the October 7th Governance and Priorities meeting? Okay, thank you. Councillor Randawa, can I get you to restate the motion, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. So I can. I move that the council approved October 7, 2025 Governments and Priority Committee minutes with the following amendments. Item 5.1, add Councillor Sambo to the Mayor Task Force for Recreational, and item 5.1, Airport Community Consultative, add report attached.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Sambo, for catching those. Now moving to item 7, starting with item 7.1. And so what we want to do here is we want to provide some direction as council to administration to look at a concern that has been raised by many residents of Chestermere. And so what we're talking about here is one of the things that obviously you get during election season is that many of us, all of us in some capacity, go door knocking. And we hear from residents, and during the election season, we get to hear concerns. And so one of the things that we are now internally working on is we're creating a list internally as a council of essentially what we heard at the door is what we are creating internally right now, so that as we come forward then, and so we're going to, like I said, we're just going to create that internally here with council and then come forward, and the way that the public will see that is you'll see some agenda items that will come up, and it may be direct, as this one is, or it may be what I would call indirect, where you'll see changes coming to a bylaw or things like that, because these are things, again, that we heard at the door and that we're going to acknowledge. Certainly something that we have, as a council, that we have heard at the door is public safety. And concerns that people are raising. And so with that, this is something that we had heard pre-election. It's something that we have certainly, myself, all of our council has been involved to a degree, but certainly myself and Deputy Mayor Narayan have been in several meetings with Minister Ellis with regards to public safety and concerns that within our community. And so with that, we are just wanting to, as a council, bring forward a motion to be able to move forward on some ideas when it comes to policing within our community. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over now to Deputy Mayor Narayan, as really this is really his area of passion, expertise, background. But over to Deputy Mayor Narayan for a few comments.
Yes, thank you, Worship. And yes, correctly, the concern in the public that we've heard is not concerned with respect to the men and women in a uniform in our community. I think they do a fantastic job, and I think they've got a very good leadership in office as well. I think the concern that we're seeing is in terms of the level of service, and maybe issues with the organization itself. Now, policing is a shared responsibility between federal, provincial, and municipal, where it's the municipalities that are responsible for the execution of and making sure that we do have law enforcement and that includes, of course, policing and also having peace officers. Now, also what's important is for municipalities and as elected officials that we time to time evaluate the efficiency of our law enforcement. So I think what we're trying to propose here is nothing new. It's something that other municipalities have been doing and will continue to do. And essentially inquire on other models of policing as to, what else is out there. We don't know what we don't know. So what we're trying to do is figure out, what other options are there. By no means we're saying that we're going to be saying goodbye to the RCMP. Please do not misconstrue this. Essentially, when it comes to public safety, it is incumbent upon us to make sure that we have a policing that is accountable and that is efficient. So with that, I will be in support of looking for other models, ideas through administration.
Thank you. So with that, I believe, Deputy Mayor Narayan, that we are bringing forward a motion that we can put on the floor and then open up the chance for comments and or debate from council. So Deputy Mayor, if you want to make the following motion, please.
Yes, thank you. And I move that Council direct administration to bring back options and models regarding private policing to a future meeting of council.
I don't think the word private.
Yeah.
Private does not need to be
No,
in there.
private doesn't need to be.
No.
Just regarding options and bring back options and models regarding.
I would just say instead of regarding for, the word for.
Bring back options
Yep.
Yeah, I'll do that again.
Deputy Mayor Ryan, do you want to, can you restate the motion, please?
Yes, certainly, Your Worship. I move that Council direct administration to bring back options and models for policing to a future meeting of council.
Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm just wondering if council would like to put a timeline in there. What's your expectation for these reports to come back?
Yeah, I would love to put a timeline in there. I would flip the question back to you, as I know that we are, there's lots that's going on as we're kicking off and going into budget season and things like that, and so want to be respectful of administration's time, but what would be a timeline that would work for administration?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. To your points there, if we could look at January, to one of the January meetings, is
So
that acceptable to
end of
council?
January
By end of
2026.
January 2026, is that acceptable?
Yep,
Yeah. It's pretty good.
by the end of January 2026. We just need the word of, by the end of January. Awesome, thank you. Councilor Ryan, once again, can you please restate the motion, please?
Let's move the Council direct administration to bring back models and options for policing by the end of January 2026.
Great, thank you. Councilor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm glad we date stamped this. Question through yourself to Mr. Edney. It seems a little generic when I read this motion. Is it clear to you what is expected from what council's kind of expectations are? options for policing. I mean, that's models and options. It's clear? Okay, thank you. As long as it's clear, I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Some comments through you. It's always encouraging to me when it feels as though the community is on the same page about something. And I agree with your comments that this is something I think we all heard from a lot of different neighborhoods through the campaign period, and the community is on the same page about this. I know I'd like an opportunity to share in more detail some of the comments that I heard and some of that information. We talked about possibly doing a workshop. I'm just wondering about the timeline and the order of operations for this to share that feedback and thoughts.
Is your thought there, Councillor Sambo, I'm just going to leave your mic on. Is your thought there that sharing your comments with public or with administration? Like where were you thinking that the sharing of those comments?
With administration, Your Worship.
Yeah, so I would say then just feel free to, I would email those comments maybe in preparation of this, and then they could work that even into the presentation if they wanted to, and if there's follow-up that you wanted to at this presentation at the end of January. But I would encourage all of us on this to email some of that feedback, because some of it might be private in nature, right? Where the resident, it might be too specific. Right, where others might know what happened, right? So I would encourage us to email that to administration so that they're aware of some of those situations.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if this motion also would capture, I mean, we see options, but costs associated with it. And then if it would also be inclusive of what is needed to have our current policing options being at full capacity, or I don't know if you're understanding what I'm trying to say. What it would take to bring our current policing into line with what we would like from a new policing model.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just to Councillor Schindler, the answer is yes. We'll look at all the different options of what we currently have. How can we improve that? Is it working fine how it is? What are some alternatives we could look at compared to what we have right now? We will come with some sort of probably preliminary costing. I think for transparency, if we were to get into real details on expanding or changing a model, we'll then need a subsequent motion to put further work towards this. This will be that preliminary look at what are the different options, what are the cost benefits, that kind of thing, to give council a decision on how to move forward.
Great, thank you. Final comments, questions from council? Thank you. I just have one that I want to reiterate that Deputy Mayor Narayan had mentioned, and that is it cannot be stated clearly enough that this is not about the men and women who wear the uniform in our community. Our council has demonstrated over and over and over again our support for emergency services in our community, whether that be through funding, whether that be through councils showing up after what can be a bad call, where we're just showing up and checking in on our emergency services, whether it be the fact that we're over at the police station and the fire hall just saying hi and those sorts of things. That cannot be stated clearly enough that this is not about the men and women who wear uniform. It is about levels of service, and what does that look like, and how does that work within the organization that is the RCMP, and what does that model look like, and is there a model that may fit better? But again, I really wanted to stress this point, that it is not about the men and women who serve and who wake up every day and put on that uniform and put their lives on the line for residents. A thing that I often say to police officers when I shake their hand is that my kids go to bed sleeping better tonight because of the fact that they serve. And so that this is about models of policing that we need to look at, and a concern that we're addressing for our community. With that, call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving now to the item that was added to the agenda, which is 7.2. Just to add a little bit of color to this, and then perhaps I will turn it over to Councillor Sambo if she has any comments on this. One of the things that this council is really looking to do is we would really like to up our game, so to speak, when it comes to our advocacy at the provincial level. And so one of the ways that that can be done is through further involvement with organizations such as AB Munis or the Mid-Sized Cities Mayor's Caucus. And so one of the things that needs to happen is that there are different levels at which a person can serve at the AB Munis level. And one of those levels is as president or vice president, but then there are also director roles. To be able to go after the to be able to go after president, vice president roles, you need a motion and support from your council in order to do that. And so that's what we're looking at doing here this morning, is providing that support. But I wanted to be remiss if I did not provide the opportunity to Councillor Sambo if there's anything that she wanted to add to this, either before or after the motion is made. So, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you for that background. I've sat on a committee with Alberta municipalities for the last year, and through that process, just saw how much great advocacy was happening with the organization. In Council's current strategic plan, and I imagine our strategic plan for the next 4 years, we want to be leaders in municipal governance. We want to be leaders across the province. So any opportunity we can have to be a leader at the provincial level is worth taking. So I have decided to put my name forward. I've received a nomination for the board of directors, and if I'm successful, then I will go ahead and put my name forward for vice president. In that role, I'd have an opportunity to spend more time with ministers advocating for Chestermere and the whole province. And I think it's a great opportunity. In addition to that, I just want to thank all of council for your great support. You'll be helping me campaign at convention to make sure that I do get elected. So thank you, wearing the stickers and everything. And it means a lot to me to know that you think that I can do this and represent as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, just to clarify on that, this does not have Councillor Sambo become the vice president. We don't have that much power in the province. What this does do is allow Councillor Sambo to go and campaign again, because apparently she didn't have enough campaigning for the last year of her life. So she gets to go and campaign again at Alberta Munis. And so what this is a election process. And so there will be an election that will happen at the conference that we will be at in Calgary next week. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'd certainly look forward to endorsing Councillor Sambo in this effort, and just want to express how strong this team is as a council, and looking to Councillor Sambo to level up on behalf of us at Alberta municipalities will be a benefit to this community. It's also exemplified through our community in the fact that all 7 of us have been up here re-elected. And if you see us in action at some of these conventions, you'll see that we are a rock-solid team, maybe the best in Alberta. So if anybody else doesn't want to add any more commentary, I'd gladly state this motion and endorse Councillor Sambo. But I look forward to seeing her campaign and winning this seat. Thank you.
Councillor Warzanowski, just go ahead and make the motion.
Thank you. I motion council endorse Councillor Janelle Sambo for the nomination for the role of vice president in the cities under 500,000 for the board of directors of Alberta municipalities.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from council? With that, we'll call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Just maybe a strategy piece that the public is aware. This is how our advocacy is working. So now we've nominated this, and you can bet that she's going to have an entire team behind her advocating for her at AB Munis next week, getting as many votes at AB Munis as we possibly can for Councillor Sambo. Last Thursday, Councillor Warzanowski and Councillor Grant and myself had the opportunity to attend the EDA dinner up in Edmonton, where we were able to meet with various ministers. That's the Economic Development Alberta dinner that happened last Thursday, and we had the opportunity to meet with leaders from at the provincial and federal level and have those conversations. And then my intention is to get on to the executive of the Mid-Sized Cities Mayor's Caucus. It's a different process. Don't need a motion from council to do that. I just also have to win an election at AB Munis next Wednesday morning, so I also apparently have not had enough of campaigning yet. But just so that you are aware to our public is that we have a very, very focused and clear strategy to advocate at all levels of government above us at the provincial and at the federal level to advocate for your community. And there is a very, very clear strategy that this council has that we're going after. And we, the last year has really taught us, watching other municipalities who have had people in these positions, how beneficial this can be for your community. So it does take time. And it is a time commitment. There will be a time commitment to this for Councillor Sambo. There's a time commitment for myself. There's a time commitment when Councillor Grant, Councillor Warzanowski, and I were away. Other councillors will be at other conferences as well. But that is time well spent. And so to our public, I think it's just really important that we want you to know that we have a very, very clear, focused strategy in place to advocate for you, advocate for our community, to the provincial and federal governments. Okay. With that, we're now going to move to our public hearing, which is item 8.1, bylaw 041-25, being the municipal borrowing bylaw. Now, I am noticing that it is currently 9:40 and we have this scheduled for 10. So I should probably skip and keep going. I'm getting nods and there was hand signals. There was a lot going on there. Holy. I know I'm only halfway through my first coffee, guys. I understand. Just I'll get there. Okay. So then we're going to move past 8.1, and we will move to item we'll move to item 9.1, which is the Deputy Director of Emergency Management, DDEM appointment, presented by Cody Zebedee, who is our fire chief for the Chestermere Fire Department. Good morning.
Morning, Mayor and Council. So I come before you again. So we did this probably about 6 months ago when I was appointed as the DEM, and then we appointed 2 other deputy DEMs with some changes in our staffing. So Sarah Coots moving back up north to Slave Lake, and Brent Paquette, one of our PCs, moving to a 24-hour shift rotation. We needed to make a few changes in our DEM structure. So this again comes back to more of a formality coming before you today. So our decision in talking to Director Fluker was to appoint Rob Friesen, who's our current safety officer, as one of our DDEMs, or deputy DEMs, and Mike himself as our other deputy DEM. So this just allows us for capacity in the event that I'm away or something should happen, we need to do cycles. It allows us to make sure that we have the right people in place and the authorities to do such. So if there's any questions on that, it's pretty straightforward.
Great, thank you. So I believe you're just looking for the motion, and then away you go.
Yeah, so it'd be a motion to rescind the past order of where it was the other 2 names on there, and then one to put these 2 individuals in.
Okay, so so it'll be separate motions. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Certainly, Your Worship. I move that Council rescind motion number 250610-17, being Council appoints Sarah Coots as the Deputy Director of Emergency Management for the City of Chestermere.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the next motion, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
So move that council rescind motion number 250610-18, being council appoint Brent Paquette as the Deputy Director of Emergency Management, DDEM, for the City of Chestermere.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the next motion, please? Can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Counselor Sambo?
I move that council appoint Rob Friesen as the Deputy Director of Emergency Management for the City of Chestermere.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Counselor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council appoint Mike Fluker as Deputy Director of Emergency Management for the City of Chestermere.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was easy. Awesome. Then we will move to item. Sorry, I'm trying to decide. You know what? I am actually going to suggest that we take a break, and then we'll come back at 9:55 to kind of reset and get set up for the public hearing. So we'll come back at, we'll take a 12-minute break, come back at 9:55. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our first break of the day, and we are going to be moving into our public hearing. This public hearing is in relation to proposed bylaw 041-25, being the municipal borrowing bylaw. And so what we're going to be doing is calling the public hearing to open, and then I will be walking through as procedure, be walking through the process by which a public hearing is conducted. So can I have the motion, please, to open the public hearing? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Just really quickly from a technical standpoint, we've listed as starting at a 10. If we started at 9:57, are we going to be okay? We can wait till 10. We can give it 3 minutes. Okay. That's what I figured. Okay. For people that are in the room then, if we do have 2 sheets at the front, and if you wanted to speak in favor or against, then please, we would ask you to sign in on the sheets. That I now have them, but if you wanted them, we can put them back there quickly. Also, just as a matter of process, if you sent in an email, you can only speak to a matter at a public hearing once. So if you've sent an email with regards to this, then you will not be speaking to it publicly. All of your emails have been received. If there's a question about that, I'm sure that we could ask that question. They are in our agenda package, and we can quickly go through. But we did receive a number of them. And so you can only speak to a matter at a public hearing once. And so if you did send an email, then you can't speak, but your comments are captured in the official record in the package. And now we'll do the awkward wait for 2 minutes. Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. It's not on the agenda, but I thought while we have 1 minute to wait here, I would just maybe publicly remind people that we're hosting an engagement session for the transit feasibility study over at the Rec Center on November 20th from 4:30 to 7:30.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Now we're good. Okay, so can I have a councillor make the following motion, please, to begin the public hearing? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council open the public hearing for bylaw number 041-25, being the municipal borrowing bylaw, at 10 a.m.
Comments, question from council? Call for the vote. There we go. There we go. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Any individual or group that wishes to present at the public hearing must register on the designated sign-in sheet, either in support or in opposition of the proposed bylaw. The public hearing is being recorded and live streamed and will be available to view on our website. The use of audio or video recording devices and cameras by the public or press is prohibited. We're going to be having the staff report from administration. There is no applicant, so to speak, for this one, as this is a bylaws being brought forward by staff. So administration will then be speaking to it. We will then have presentations from the public that are in support of the proposal. We will then have presentations from the public in opposition of the proposal. Rebuttal from the applicant at this point would be, again, the city, who would have opportunity to speak to anything that specifically that was heard in opposition. Then any final questions from administration. So I'm going to be calling for the staff report from administration to introduce the proposed bylaw, and this is being presented by Mr. Edney. So, Mr. Edney.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Dean. I won't spend too much time talking about this particular bylaw because we've done that in lots of meetings and lots of previous meetings related to the purchase of the golf course. Section 251 of the Municipal Government Act does state that any borrowing the municipality wishes to undertake must be done through a borrowing bylaw. On September 23rd, 2025, Council gave first reading to bylaw 041-25, being the golf course borrowing bylaw. Prior to that, when Council was making a decision on how to fund the acquisition of the Lakeside Greens Golf Club, Council had made a motion to use $5 million worth of restricted surplus funds and $5 million of borrowing. So we've talked about how that decision came about. This is simply the process to continue to move that forward. So again, the request from Council today is that Council proceed with second reading and third and final reading of bylaw 041-25. This will allow administration to borrow $5 million to fund the acquisition of the golf course. All the details are in the borrowing bylaw. And yeah, if council approves this, we will continue forward on that path.
Great, thank you. So with that, we're going to move to public presentations that are in support of bylaw 041-25. I'm going to call them in order of appearance from the sign-in sheet after individual group registered in support to present. And then I will be calling 3 times for anyone else that wishes to speak in support, as well as I will turn to Legislative Services if they have any more. I would like to make note that there are quite a number of emails that were sent in support. Again, all of those are in the agenda package. All of those are there for public record. You will notice that any information that needed to be redacted as part of ATIA has all been redacted. So the appropriate information has been redacted in the appropriate format, and then the rest of the information is there as per the requirements for public hearing. So there are a number of emails. I'm going to be starting with the first name that is on the list. The first name that is on our list is Mr. Brent Lads, but I believe that he is going to be speaking on behalf of the Preservation Society. So if I can call you up. Good morning. The mic is on.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of Council, administration. Nice to see everyone this morning. I'll caution you that when it comes to lead-off hitting, I'm no George Springer, so appreciate your patience. I think on behalf of the Preservation Society, we'd just like to reflect a little bit going backwards. This has been a tremendous struggle for 5 years for the community, and I think we'd be remiss if we didn't express our gratitude to Council and to administration for all the work that's gone into this to get us to this point. The forward strategy in terms of how we're going to acquire, and I say ours as a community, how we're going to acquire the golf course, I think it's been very positive. I think the strategy in terms of how it's going to be financed is very positive. And I say that on behalf of our board from the Preservation Society, and I think our members and followers that have been so supportive all along this journey. The amount of positive feedback that we received just on a not only a personal basis but a society basis has been tremendous. I think the fact that all of you were returned to your positions in this last election is a statement to how this community feels about the undertaking you're about to vote on. And so all I can say from the Preservation Society standpoint is that we support this direction. We support the passing of this bylaw, and we hope it's sort of a turn in the road that augurs very well for the community going down the road. The one thing I would reiterate from a personal standpoint was that I always remember back in reflection, the first mortgage I ever got, walking out of the bank with mixed feelings. I was so happy I got the mortgage. I didn't know how I was going to pay it, but I was happy I got it. And you know, a couple years later, it wasn't that big a deal. So again, thanks very much. And I know that the Preservation Society supporters and the members of our board stand behind this decision. Thanks.
Great. Awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Second one on the in favor list that I have is Mr. Bill Peddelson. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Worship and councillors. Thank you for having this public hearing. I'm in support of it because I think it's a positive thing to have a golf course in the community. I guess why I'm up here though too is that a lot of residents ask me, and they're concerned about it. So I wanted sort of clarification on it. Is that, you know, they're wondering really how's it going to be run. That this is a big step, so if maybe you could respond to that. How's it going to be run? And what if it's not profitable? What's the exit strategy? So, anyways, those are the two things. But I wanted to reiterate, it's a good thing to have a golf course here. And being a lot better golfer than Brett, I would just conclude with that.
Thank you. I like the shots fired at the end. That's well done. I like that. With your two questions, I think what we can do is we'll make note of those for now. Bring that back. Administration has a chance to do a follow-up presentation at the end. So maybe we can just make note of those two questions and perhaps address them at the end of our public hearing here quickly. I know there's some thoughts I have on both of those, so I'm thinking we hold off on answering those and just do that as part of that. Okay, so the two questions I just want to make sure that I have to confirm is how is the golf course going to be run subsequent to any decision that we're making is number one. And then number two, is there an exit strategy should everything go not great? Fair? Okay, awesome. Thank you. With that then, again, the one thing I just want to make note, it has been on the screen, that we do have a phone-in option to speak in favor and or against. Right now, this is to speak in favor. That phone number is 587-579-3099. Again, the number to call in if you would like to speak in favor of the bylaw is 587-579-3099. With that, I'm going to call for the first time if anyone else would like to speak in favor of the bylaw. Again, I just want to reiterate that if you emailed, we got it and it's in the package. So is there anybody else that would like to speak in favor of the bylaw? Calling a second time for anyone that would like to speak in favor of the bylaw. And calling a third time for anyone that would like to speak in favor of the bylaw. Thank you. Looking to Ledge Services, was there any other submissions that came in after the deadline that were not included in our agenda packages?
Through the chair, apart from the emails that were in the package, no, we have not.
Great, thank you. And was there any other phone calls that are online currently for anyone that has called in? Not
for in favor right now.
Great, thank you. Okay, so with that then, we're going to move to public presentations that are in opposition. On the sign-in sheet, I do not have anybody who has signed in to speak in opposition. There were two submissions that were submitted via email that spoke in opposition to it. And so looking to Legislative Services, again, if you would like to call in to speak in opposition, the number is 587-579-3099. Again, if you would like to call in to speak in opposition, 587-579-3099. I will turn to Legislative Services to see if we have had anyone to call in to speak in opposition.
Thank you, Chair and Council. We do have a Sukhdeep Dhaliwal on the phone that would like to speak in opposition, and I'll place him on speaker now.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Congratulations on your re-election. We look forward to seeing you guys do great things for the city of Chestermere. The only concern that I have is I haven't seen, since the announcement for purchase of this golf course was announced during the election, I did not see any lot of detail behind it. So my hesitance is basically, has there been enough due diligence done in terms of how we're going to fund this, or what is actually the value of the property from an independent sources before we make this big decision for our city that's going to speed up a significant amount of resources, and what our plans are to run it efficiently going forward, so it doesn't become a white elephant on the city's purse. Based on that, that's all I got.
Great, thank you very much. Again, our administration will have a chance to speak to questions that have arisen in opposition, so we'll have those questions addressed at that time when administration brings that back. So want to say thank you for that. I will call for a first time for anybody that would like to speak in opposition to the proposed bylaw. Calling a second time for anyone who would like to speak in opposition to the proposed bylaw. And calling a third time for anyone that would like to speak in opposition to the proposed bylaw. With that, turning to administration to see if there's any other phone calls that have called in to speak in opposition to the proposed bylaw. Thank you. Are there any other written submissions that were received after the deadline to speak in opposition to the proposed bylaw? There is no other written submissions. Thank you. With that, then, we will close the feedback portion of the public hearing, and I will turn it back to administration for any final comments that they have or anything that they would like to respond to with regards to the questions that were raised, and I will turn this back to Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I will, take a quick couple minutes here to try to address some of those questions. Obviously, the questions that are asked have a lot more detail than I'll provide, I guess, necessarily this morning, but that's one of the promises with council is as we move forward, this will come back with some more information, some presentations to council on how we'll do things. The long story short of how it's going to be operated. So in the short term, the group LG Golf Limited Partnership has been contracted to operate the golf course till the end of 2025. In discussions with council and where we're at as a city as far as operating it, they will also be operating it under my direction in through 2026 with some different members and a different ownership structure in that group. We have had conversations with the members and with other groups about coming up with a new operating structure as we go forward into 2026. One of the things we're looking at is a municipally controlled corporation. That is something, again, under legislative procedures will take us 4 to 6 months to get in place, which is why we're going to continue to operate the golf course as it is. So the general manager, Glenn Carr, is going to be operating the golf course under my direction, reporting into me, but continuing to operate it essentially as it is this year. Again, it's a process we need to do. Bringing something like the golf course into the city is a very cumbersome exercise. As we've discussed again with council, the intent would be to operate the golf course as its own entity. When we look at the funding mechanisms the council has chosen to pay for the golf course, the intent is going to be that the golf course is self-funding. It is paying back that debt portion. For those of you that were there at the membership meeting, one of my requests, and I think this was one of the questions here of what's the exit strategy. I'm not going to say we have a good line on what the exit strategy. If I can be frank, there better not be an exit strategy. That's the whole point of buying this, is that it was to preserve, I'm speaking on behalf of council here at this point, but it was to preserve an important public recreational amenity. And what my conversation, I think, if we could call it a conversation presentation to the members, was, we need your support. We need the public support. We need you to go to the golf course, play golf, eat your dinners, buy your equipment, do all that kind of stuff to make the golf course successful. Through the due diligence process, I'm comfortable that there is enough net income in the golf course, not just to pay for the loan repayment, but also to invest back into the golf course. The hope is to see that net income grow over time as we see that support, as we get more support in the community. Host your Christmas party there, host your golf tournament there, have a staff party there. Those kind of things should help us improve there. We will come out with some ideas around a potential not-for-profit setup to run the golf course, whereby we can invest every dollar that is put into the golf course back into repairs and maintenance of the golf course. That also opens up opportunities for grant funding, not just at the provincial level, but at the federal level, that can go into those improvements. And the general hope, at least from my point of view, and I think council's, is it's not something that is going to cost the taxpayer any money. It's not going to be a burden on the taxpayer. It is going to be self-funded through the golf course operations. We will get into some more detailed conversations here shortly with the membership group around what that looks like, the operations for next year, some of that structure. So I guess for the membership group, just keep your ears open, and we'll start having some of those conversations. And on the due diligence side, one of the reasons this took a long time was there was a lot of due diligence done. Again, more from a legal perspective on title, on condition of assets, all those kind of things. If public remembers, and I'm sure council does, I forget the exact date in April, but the then owner of the golf course came in, and it was a choose one. Either council purchased the golf course or the golf course would be shut down as of right now. So council chose to keep that facility operational, and ultimately that's where the valuation of the golf course ultimately came from. We believe administratively, if you just look at the land value, even as public service rec land, it's worth significantly more than the $10 million that we paid for it. Plus we get the operations and all the assets on top of that. So I think I answered the three questions in a roundabout way.
To be fair, Mr. Edney, I think you're being kind in saying that there were two options. There was another option that was presented, and that was that council could have taken an option for doing redevelopment at the golf course. And that was an option that was presented, and I do not think that we should shy away from that. And I think that our community was crystal clear that they wanted zero residential development to happen at that golf course. I don't think that the community could have been more clear. And so when we talk about options that needed to be explored, I think really what happened is there was two options that was presented to this council, either redevelop or I'm selling. And we went, or is there a third? And I think this council fleshed out that third option, and then we went to work on that third option to make this happen. I do not think that it is any secret that there was going to be, that we could have been in a very, very different conversation here on November 4th had we not proceeded the way that we proceeded. That there would have been a very, very different conversation, a very, very different fight that we would have been in as a community had we not proceeded with this. So I appreciate your tactfulness on this, but I do not think that should go without saying, the situation that we could have been in. I also think that to answer the questions with regards to the golf course being run and things like that, I think one of the things that we look at as well is, strategically speaking, the fact that it is also right beside the rec lands for where the current Chestermere Recreation Center is located is convenient at best. And what I mean by that is there are unused portions of land that are currently at the recreation center, as well as lands at the golf course that do not currently get used for golf. And while the community has been clear that they did not want to see any residential development happening, should there be increased recreational opportunities in and around the golf course, I think that there is a lot of support from our community for increase in recreation. And so with that, I just want to turn it over to our councillor just in response to these questions of how the golf course is going to be run. I want to turn it over to Councillor Grant just to speak to it from a recreation standpoint for a moment. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to echo some of Mr. Edney's points that he espoused about the deal and point out some of the obvious things. Is this purchase price more than what you could buy a failing or bankrupt golf course for? Yes, but that's not what we're buying. We're buying an asset that is profitable and has a clear return on investment. So, and as I truly believe, as Mr. Ladd stated, that when we look back 10, 20, 50 years, this will be a sound investment, and it'll be looked on as a great deal, not only for what we saved for our community, but for the opportunities gained for our community. So I think that's an amazing thing. And I agree with what the mayor mentioned about the co-location of recreational assets. That is such a unique opportunity that becomes presented to us because of that. But I also want to talk about something else about that golf course now that the city is going to be involved in the ownership of it, that there is potential for the greater city to use that as a recreational asset in the winter, i.e. that skating pond. My hope is that we can keep that restaurant open year round and kind of create a little event there during the winter where families can go and skate on the pond and maybe cross-country ski across the path or something like that. It's just there's so many more opportunities than a golf course here, and I think that's I don't want that to be missed. So thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity and making those comments, and I yield back to you.
Yeah, again, thank you. This was, and again, we're specifically just speaking to the questions because we're going to have an opportunity here when we come out of public hearing. I will open up much more opportunity for council to speak to this with regards to debate and things like that. But there were some questions that were asked, and so these questions are, these comments that are coming right now are specifically with regards to the questions that were asked about the golf course being run, how it's going to be run, plans for the golf course, those sorts of things. I want to go back to Mr. Edney with one last question that I think is important to follow up on. And Mr. Edney, I'm going to give you a chance to, if you want, kind of toot your own horn here, so to speak. But there was a question that was asked about due diligence. And I would like you, if you can you just speak to the number of hours that have been put in either by yourself, working with legal, especially by yourself, but whether that be with legal, the updates for council that have gone on through this whole process, and the work that was done by legal with regards to due diligence. I just think it's important to flesh that out, and I know you're not someone to kind of praise your own work, which is something that this council appreciates about you, but if you can you just speak to the amount of hours that have been put in with regards to the due diligence process with regards to the golf course? He's so mad at me right now.
Okay, well, thank you, Mayor Dean. So when we started this in April, I was 32, and when we finish it in September, I'm 47. So that's what it feels like. Yeah, there was a lot of kudos to the team that went into this. It was it was completely backwards of how you normally do a transaction like this. In my private sector life, when you see a business you want to acquire, you spend some time researching it, understanding what it does, figuring out what its cash flow looks like. You talk with the owners, you negotiate, you have all those answers up front. You know what you're going to do with it for the next 10 years. You value that into your business decision and you go forward. Here it was an individual dropping on us that, to your point, I guess there were 3 options. I didn't ever view the development one as a tangible option for this community. And we had to work backwards. So it was a lot of time on top of regular hours, a lot of work from the legal department internally, but externally, a lot of work from our parks, our roads, our CGI team, everybody up at this table contributed to that. So I do want to say thank you to staff, finance department. I can't forget the finance department. And it's still ongoing. It's not going to stop. We got a lot of work to do over the next. I keep looking at Mr. Lads, but that's one of the groups. We've got a lot of work to do over the next year here still to get this functioning and operating how we'd like to for the future. So I appreciate the recognition, and administration appreciates your support on this.
And from a legal standpoint, I'll just leave your mic on there for a minute too. From a legal standpoint, can you just speak to the dotting of every I, the crossing of every T, the insurance, assurance is the word I'm looking for, the assurance that we had from our legal team with regards to how much work happened to ensure with regards to this. Again, just speaking to that due diligence, this is a concern that came up again during the public hearing. It is something that I heard at the door, so to speak. Can you just speak to that from the legal perspective of the incredible work that was done with our legal team to ensure that all the I's were dotted and the T's crossed?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. And I'll kind of roundabout try and answer one of the questions that I think keeps coming up that I've heard in the community as well relative to the due diligence. So I have a couple packages on my desk about that big of legal documentation and the work that went into ensuring title. A question has come up, has this been a deal with more than one party? And I think that was an important part of the due diligence process of no, there was only one owner of the golf course. None of the land had been split out. None of the land had been subdivided. Nothing was on a separate title. There were no contracts with caveats on the title, so it is free and clear. We did a deal with LG Golf Limited Partnership and only LG Golf Limited Partnership to ensure this went forward. What they did after that is up to LG Golf Limited Partnership. As far as the due diligence, I think something that might be important, and I think this is probably an okay and appropriate time to talk about this, but not to get too excited. But one of the challenges in the province of Alberta right now is obtaining a water license. And something we didn't talk about through this process is by acquiring the golf course, we obtained a water license for diversion from the Bow River through this process. Does that mean at any point in the future we will treat our own water? Not necessarily, but for everybody who's aware, we get everything from Calgary at this point. This gives us some flexibility and optionality as we move forward into the future. If something were to change in Calgary's situation or change in our situation, that material step of trying to acquire a new license, we didn't have to do because we did receive the license from the golf course. It's not obviously material enough amounts for us to build a treatment plant to serve 30 or 50,000 people, but it's a starting point, and it's a significantly valued asset that we obtained in this. If we were to explore divestiture of that on the market, it would be in the millions of dollars. So it is an important asset we did acquire through the golf course, and just want to mention that came up in our due diligence as well.
Great, thank you for that. I believe that addresses all the questions that were asked during the public hearing process. Council, again, we will have opportunity for comments and debate when we move to the actual second and third readings of the bylaw. But with that, Council providing a opportunity, are there any final questions from Council for members of administration? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I don't believe we've said, and I don't believe it's in the package anywhere, the total number of people who have responded in favor and opposed. Could we have those numbers?
Thank you. Ledge Services, do you have the number of emails that we had? I said the opposed one was 2 emails is what I had with regards to the opposed. Do we have the number of emails that we received in favor, Ms. Vandermeer?
Through the chair to council, we had total of 132, including the individuals coming in to speak, and 3 opposed.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Any other questions for administration with regards to the public hearing from council? Great, thank you. I'm going to be called for a motion now to close the public hearing. So if I could have a motion, please, to close the public hearing. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council close the public hearing for bylaw number 041-25, being the golf course borrowing bylaw at 10:31 a.m.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. I think it would be important with the attendance here that we're just going to move right into the bylaw 041-25, being the municipal borrowing bylaw. Now that we have finished the public hearing, so this is a request for decision on the golf course borrowing bylaw. This is being presented by Mr. Kent Edney, our CAO. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Through yourself to council, I won't repeat what I said previously on this, as is our tradition with these public hearings. So we'll just recommend, administration is requesting that council proceed with second and third and final reading of this particular bylaw.
Thank you very much. Can I have a councillor make the motion for second reading, please? Councillor Sandbo.
Certainly, Your Worship. I move that council give second reading to bylaw number 041-25, being the golf course borrowing bylaw.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from council? Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the motion, please, to give third and final reading to bylaw 041-25? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I motion that council give a third and final reading to bylaw number 041-25, being the golf course borrowing bylaw.
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions from council? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did just want to comment very briefly on this. I understand why folks are asking the questions that they're asking, and it's encouraging to see that they're smart business questions. These are the kinds of things that council and administration have looked at as well. For myself, council has received multiple rounds of information, and my comfort level on this has increased significantly throughout the process. There's quite a lot of business sense on administration and on council, and I will be supporting this motion. I think it is a very smart decision for the community.
Thank you. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'd certainly agree with Councillor Sandbo and her sentiments. You also heard our CAO express that this will be funded through the revenue generated through the golf course. But I'd also, in support of this motion that I will be voting for shortly, I want to just say a quote that, a lot of us up here came and ran to see the next 4 years kind of actioned. And I always say, we're not remembered by the things we say, we're remembered by the things we do. This is council making a decision on making something happen and doing. And you can see a lot more of that in the next 4 years. So I will be voting in support of this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warzanowski. Yeah, I think it's really, really important that ideas get turned into actions. And I think that that's what we have demonstrated. We have an idea and we figure out a way to turn it into an action. And so, Councillor Warzanowski, I certainly appreciate those sentiments. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to this? Thank you. I just have a final one that I want to comment on. One of the things that I've appreciated during this process, and I want to piggyback off of what Councillor Sambo just mentioned with regards to business acumen and business sense that we have in administration and on this council. I think, too, we've also, through this process, demonstrated the strength of this team with our backgrounds. And so Mr. Edney was hinting at some ideas moving forward, whether it's through the MCC or whether it's through not-for-profits or things like that. And one of the things that has been a very valuable piece of this process has been the diversity of experience that we have on this team. We have some business owners and leaders on this team, and we have some very strong people that come with very strong not-for-profit backgrounds. And so when you take that for-profit sense and you stick it with that not-for-profit sense and you look at a purchase like this, it has been an incredible process to put this puzzle together. And I'm very, very much looking forward and excited about the next process. I would we do wish, I think I can speak on behalf of council on this, that everything was in place right now, but as Mr. Eddy mentioned, there legislation moves at the speed of legislation. And so there are some processes that we need to work through. But I just want to comment to our team that I've appreciated all of us bringing our backgrounds and our skill sets to this decision as we've been able to move forward. With that, I'm going to call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We're going to take a short break and we will come back at 10:50. Thanks, everybody. Good morning again, everyone. Just coming back from our break, and now moving to item 9.2.1, which is the Community Safety Municipal Enforcement Update, presented by Sergeant Vlad Kursik, Community Peace Officer. Good morning.
Morning, Mayor and Council.
You're on. Oh, now you just turned it off.
Here we go.
There we go.
So presenting today, the council accepts the Community Standards Bylaw Enforcement Procedure Report for information. On May 27th, 2025, regular council, meeting of regular council. Council directed administration to provide a report on enforcement on the new Community Standards Bylaw. Community peace officers, CPOs, and RCMP play a critical role in ensuring the Community Standards Bylaw is followed by Chestermere and ensuring residents are informed of the new changes to the Community Standards Bylaw and that the Community Standards Bylaw introduces. The attached report outlines enforcement procedures between CPOs and RCMP and the complaint process procedure. The collaboration will enhance the ability of the RCMP and community peace officers to enforce this bylaw. So presenting today regarding the community peace officers, CPOs, and RCMP approach to bylaw 003-25, known as the Community Standards Bylaw. Chestermere Municipal Enforcement Community Peace Officers, also known as CPOs, have a long-lasting professional relationship with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, with joint efforts to ensure safety, security, and compliance of applicable laws within the jurisdiction of the City of Chestermere. We work side by side in the same building, often with an open door policy between two departments. We often share, collaborate on events and files regarding from bylaw files, traffic complaints, community engagement, and assistance with criminal matters. Our collaborative efforts go beyond just sharing files. They come in many forms such as beach walks and patrols, patrols at dog parks, response to noise complaints, drinking in public, fighting, loitering, littering, just to name a few. For our enforcement procedures, CPOs primarily receive bylaw complaints pertaining to the Community Standards Bylaw, although sometimes the complaints go directly to the RCMP. Often during the early morning hours, when CPOs may not be on duty, RCMPs will receive complaints regarding residential or commercial noise, fireworks, or in some cases drinking in public, also covered under the Gaming, Liquor, and Cannabis Act. Chestermere RCMP members have the authority to enforce municipal bylaws and have access to them when required to deal with situations when CPOs are not available. Non-urgent situations are passed along to CPOs to follow up the following day. Regarding noise, CPOs and RCMP receive complaints regarding noise after the established permitted hours. This would likely come in the form of a residential complaint for loud music, parties, construction noise, etc. past 2200, aka 10 p.m., or before 7 a.m. in the morning. CPOs respond to these complaints during the day to ensure RCMP is available for priority calls. CPOs and RCMP often respond to these calls in the later evening hours together to help ensure officer safety, which remains a priority, and ensure compliance with the noise abatement laws. Regarding graffiti, although it's not an overly pressing issue in Chestermere, at times graffiti, commonly referred to as tags, will pop up around Chestermere. Officers will generally let each other know the location and contact the necessary staff, usually parks or roads, for cleanup. Photos will be taken, and if an investigation finds that similar tags are being located, intel gathering will happen, which will alert members to keep an eye out around the general area they are occurring. This may indicate the suspect potentially lives close by, and officers are more vigilant in patrols. The fine for graffiti is $5,000. CPOs work collaboratively with the RCMP on info sharing with the RCMP General Investigations Unit. Open spaces and parks. Many of the community standards bylaws, section specifically 8.10 through to 9.13, cover open space areas and alcohol in approved parks. As part of an ongoing partnership, CPOs will frequently walk the parks to ensure no injurious occupation, disorderly conduct, or alcohol consumption is happening in non-designated areas. RCMP will often patrol parks with CPOs for enhanced officer presence and community relations building. Regarding alcohol consumptions, CPOs patrol the area to ensure the safe enjoyment of spaces in such areas as Anniversary Beach, which is usually the busiest in the city. Through foot patrols, they can ensure no alcohol consumption is happening in prohibited areas, such as Anniversary Park and Cove Beach. with regards to littering, it is an offense under the community standards bylaw to litter except in a receptacle, aka a garbage bin. It is also an offense to litter from a vehicle or dispose of any burning material. RCMP and CPOs conduct general patrols through busy parks such as Sunset Beach, Anniversary Park, and John Peak Park, monitoring for littering offenses. Everyone's favorite subject here. Fireworks. Fireworks in the city of Chestermere are prohibited and cannot be lit or discharged within city boundaries without a permit. Home and property owners are responsible for individuals setting off fireworks on their property. Fireworks are not allowed to be discharged from vehicles. Failure to comply with fireworks regulations under the Community Standards Bylaw can result in a $2,500 fine. CPOs and RCMP will receive complaints through their dispatch line and often respond to areas of complaint to investigate the complaint. The new provisions of the Community Standards Bylaw now help with enforcement against property owners. With regards to contact numbers, our main dispatch line is the 403-207-8154 number. That goes directly to a 911 call center. They deal with all of our complaints. They'll ask you general questions such as your name, contact number, home address, and minor incident details. We have an administration line as well, which is staff from Monday to Friday through our admin staff for general questions just regarding bylaws or admin support during Monday to Friday business hours. With regards to the departmental complaint procedure, if you want to make a complaint through our report form, you can go to the City of Chestermere page. Everything's listed through here in regards to how to do it. Municipal enforcement and RCMP do not take anonymous or third-party complaints. If complaints are made to members of council, mayor, or staff, they should be directed to formally make a complaint to municipal enforcement or RCMP, as more follow-up may be needed. Municipal enforcement investigates all complaints coming through either dispatch or email. A file is created, even if it is for information purposes. The reason we end up doing that is obviously just to ensure that there's no misinformation from anyone, especially if somebody has a complaint regarding something, and we can be able to contact the first point of complaint. That's pretty much it, what I got over here. Any questions for me?
Great, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Any questions from council for our presenter, Deputy Mayor Narayan?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Staff Sergeant. So I think peace officers are the community until 10 p.m. No.
We have currently right now we have three staffed kind of hours throughout the day. So from 7 a.m. is our morning shift until 6:30 in the evening. Our early afternoon shift is from 1 o'clock until 12:30, and our late afternoon shift is from 2 p.m. until 1:30 in the morning. And that is done on a statistic basis with regards to our call inputting and what happens. Not much in our world aside from getting into criminal matters, which would involve the RCMP, happen past midnight for us. And as everyone is aware over here, we essentially have two seasons here in Chestermere, where it's the busy season in the summer and then the very slow season in the winter, where not much is going to be happening once we have snow on the roads and then past 10 p.m. However, we're still going to continue staffing until past the midnight mark, even into the winter hours, to ensure that we have adequate coverage.
I think you knew where I was going with my question, so thank you.
You're welcome.
So I do have another question through Your Worship with respect to fireworks. How successful were you guys in enforcing it this time around?
So this year we anticipated that we were going to have some issues. The way that everything kind of fell this year is we ended up having the municipal election that happened on the 20th, where we had some qualifications and recertifications for officers, where I had to have a large, pretty much the entire department actually in to go and do that. And then we ended up having officers stay late to assist with our elections. We didn't have too many issues that evening, but the following day we ended up having significant problems with regards to complaints that ended up rolling through with fireworks. The way that everything kind of works out with every member is on a staggered rotation. So the way that it just ended up kind of falling on that evening is we had one member that was on an evening shift at that time, and they were responding to complaints with the RCMP. For reference, the city of Calgary ended up having 167 complaints that ended up coming through to their police service and their municipal enforcement service to deal with fireworks. The city of Chestermere, and I got some better updates from our dispatch, from around 7 o'clock up until 11 o'clock at night, we ended up having roughly 13 phone-in complaints, and then we had about 30 online enforcement complaints that ended up rolling into our enforcement inbox. Of that, every single one of them were attended to the following day by members. They were pretty much busy the entire day speaking with complainants. The issue is a lot of the complaints that ended up coming in was there's fireworks going off in a general area. How are we going to be able to get to a general area? By the time we end up specifically getting over there, we don't know where it's coming from. Unless we rework this entire bylaw to be able to assist with witness account to charge a home and property owner if the home and property owner is allowing them, an individual or themselves, to set off fireworks from an address. As long as we have witness cooperation, we can action that. The issue is when it comes down to events such as this, especially when they're cultural, an event in such a large size, especially here, it makes it difficult and people don't want to put their name behind it to be a witness in court.
Sure.
And I'll give you an example. One of my officers ended up attending right before we ended up having fireworks actually go off. He ended up speaking with the individual to let them know that they can't be doing that. And because it is a sensitive topic, especially involving the fact that it is a cultural event, there were a lot of allegations made against the officer with respect to them potentially being racial towards them and the group of people, which is most certainly something that our department is not. We have a large East Asian community here that loves to celebrate this, and we are very much in support of it. We just look at seeing what kind of options us as a city can end up having to help make those celebrations come to light, doing it in a safe manner that is controlled in a sense, where the last thing obviously we want to do is be issuing these fines, but we want to at this point if we end up having witness accounts and people can help us out with it. But it's a tough one. It's a really tough one to kind of approach. For next year, I'll get into it a little bit later once we end up getting into the capital projects, but we do have kind of an avenue that we're looking at potentially for next year involving a drone, where we end up having officer that is going to be flying around the area and potentially looking and seeing where things are being set off, and then we'll know exactly where the house is, and we can deal with that the following day if we need to, rather than going while an event like that is happening, just to combat it and deal with it. So
yeah, and thank you for that. It's a challenging one, and I think I speak for all of council that we're open to all kinds of suggestions at this point. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, on that note, I would love to see us and prepared to ask council to make a motion with regards to this. I would love to see this bylaw come back so that we can explore and see if there's some other legal options that are available. I would address those after said motion is brought. And secondly, next year will be a little bit different because we won't be having an election on the exact same day. So that will do some things. But I also think that we could look at further options of communications beforehand, being very clear on some of those things, but not just for this particular festival, kind of for all those holidays where we see fireworks going off. They are illegal at all times of the year, including, say, at Canada Day. We, the city of Chestermere, set them off, and we do them in a legal way. The permits are done, all of those sorts of things. But I think that it's important for us to address this issue so that we don't have some things that we saw in other municipalities where unfortunately there were some tragic situations of some car fires as well as some house fires that happened, and we don't want to see that at any celebration time.
If I may,
yeah.
Just to put on everybody's agenda, the Municipal Enforcement Sergeant of Wheatland County and the Municipal Enforcement Sergeant of Strathmore and I have been in discussions with respect to generating a memorandum of understanding between the three municipalities. what that would end up helping out with our collective efforts in enforcement and safety is we would end up having each respective CAO and mayor look into this document, sign off on it potentially, and we would be able to utilize each other's services on events such as this, where we do have some members that work in those communities that actually live in Chestermere as well, that want to be a part of this, where I would be able to rely on them months and months in advance and let them know, hey, we have some of these events that are happening here. You guys can now come into our jurisdiction. You guys now have full authority to be enforcing our municipal bylaws and enforcing provincial statutes and everything here. Now we've suddenly increased our presence and increased our force in the city to be able to do patrols and deal with all of these problems head on, specifically events like this, where, you know, they come and assist us. Naturally, we'll end up assisting them if they have a large scale event like the Strathmore Stampede. You know, if they need bodies, we'll go and scratch their back for that while they come and assist us with something like this. So we are working a little bit on the background to try and essentially double our force if we can on some of these special events where we can end up having more officer presence.
Great, thank you very much. Any other questions from council for our presenter? Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just a quick one, because I know that our mayor has asked council to get back to him on some of the things we've heard at the door, but one of the things certainly that I just want to bring forward through the mayor or administration to you, Sergeant, is speeding in the communities. I know both the RCMP and our CPO certainly are involved in trying to police and address speeding in our residential communities. Just want to give you, if you could give us some feedback on how effective is our enforcement, and if there's any things that the CPOs are looking to do moving forward, because I'm sure my councillors will also share some of the concerns from our residents in regards to speeding, especially in zones that are close to schools or in zones that are developmental where they don't have traffic signals and things like that yet. So there are concerns certainly from our residents, and would appreciate some of that feedback on what's been effective since your last update and what do you see being effective moving forward.
So I can, what we've done, especially in the last several months, and this is going back to almost August time, we've started a lot more enhanced traffic shifts where a member was coming in on overtime and they're specifically focusing on enforcement. That's intersection offenses, distracted driving, speeding in playground zones, not stopping at stop signs specifically. You're looking at Rainbow Road, where we end up having a lot of issues at Rainbow Road and Dawson Drive. We're in the community a lot. We're catching uninsured motor drivers. We're catching significant speeding offenses that are in the realm of 50 plus kilometers an hour over the speed limit. And we've had a lot of those this year. And when it comes to the year-end report that I'm going to be providing, that you guys will more than likely be privy to afterwards, there's going to show the statistics of how many incidents we've had with regards to dangerous speeding offenses, intersection offenses, and essentially traffic tickets as a whole. Since we've implemented and gone to a new report management system and a new CAD-based program through obviously Taper Police Dispatch, I have the most up-to-date real-world information that I can provide to you regarding how many traffic stops we've done. The last I ended up checking, and I haven't checked in the last month here, we were around 2,500 stops for the year so far right now. And that's with 7 officers out on the street. And that's quite significant for a municipality of our size. It goes to show just how often we are out in the community. Generally, officers, when they're out driving in any of these communities, oftentimes they'll end up having the radar active, and they know exactly when somebody's speeding, and we'll end up stopping them, either A, to have a general conversation because they might be from out of town and might not know, especially if it is a lower end kind of speeding offense. But generally, you know, we're very, I don't want to say heavy-handed, because we're very fair. We have a lot of our enforcement base when it comes to issuing fines to warnings is just a little under half there. Like we're doing pretty well with respect to not over policing at the end of the day. But people know that they can't come to Chestermere and they can't speed because peace officers will catch you. And we're out in the community consistently. All of our guys are very passionate about traffic enforcement. So passionate that they're out every single day doing significant amount of stops that are resulting in some very egregious offenses that we're pulling people off the streets. Suspended drivers, people driving around with no insurance, which affects every single one of us. God forbid they end up getting into an accident or hitting a loved one of yours. You know, how does that end up working out, right? You know, we have just West Chestermere Drive a few less than a month ago. I ended up catching an individual 67 kilometers an hour doing one way. 10 minutes afterwards, I got an individual doing 94 kilometers an hour. That's a significant speed, and that's who else would have caught that if not us, because we're out in the community so often. So my recommendation is, if there are places that individuals are noticing that there are significant problems with speeding offenses, people not paying attention, stop signs, let us know. What I can do is I can end up creating a directed patrol in that area. We have one currently right now where in Dawson area where we're having significant parking issues. I'm having my officers attend that area and deal with that and hopefully try and curb some of those problems. But if there's issues in some of your communities or from the general public that they're noticing around 6 p.m. I'm having issues with people speeding through this area, great, let us know. We'll end up sticking one of our vehicles there with an officer there and we'll catch them. All it takes is people seeing a marked patrol vehicle or even one of our other units that might be not as inconspicuous, and it ends up changing a lot of habits. And it works. 100% it works. So I ask that the general public that are listening to this, if you guys have complaints or you guys have issues with some areas that are more prone to speeding or other vehicular related issues, let us know. We'll go deal with it. That's our job. And we love doing it. So hopefully that answers that.
Councilor Borzanovsky.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. No, just to follow up, we appreciate your balance of heavy-handedness versus soft-handedness, and you know I recognize that and certainly see our CPOs in the streets. But my question is just maybe not even a follow-up, but an additional question, because I'm sure it applies to your work, and you hear this often, certainly in this province. Is there any red tape holding you back in enforcement? Writing tickets or whatever the case may be. Like, you hear this all the time in other communities. It's not worth it. It's too much time, too much effort because I'll never end up paying anyway. So why even bother? I mean, that's an exaggeration, but is there any red tape that we as an administration that we as a city should be looking at to make your job easier to protect people on our streets?
So this, and Mr. Ryan will know this quite well. It's very similar to, you know, a typical catch and release issue that we have with criminal related matters, where what we would like to see is more serious offenses actually have some more teeth when it comes to repeat offenders. Right now, if I end up catching somebody doing 51 over the posted speed limit, it's just a mandatory court appearance required ticket. They have to attend court. Sometimes they might end up missing it. A warrant is put out for their arrest. We have to fine them. Then they get released on a promise to appear again on the sole promise that, hey, I'm going to show up to court again, with potentially them receiving license suspension and a monetary fine then at that point. I'm not the only one that thinks this way, that our rules with regards to the Traffic Safety Act are lacking compared to the province of Ontario, the province of British Columbia, where they have much harsher and stiffer penalties when it comes to distracted driving offenses, speeding offenses, where the vehicle it's more than just receiving a ticket. It's also having your vehicle taken away for a period of 7 days or longer, your license being suspended for a month or longer. There's nothing holding us back from doing any level of enforcement right now. It's just the only thing that's holding us back is dealing with these offenses on the officer level without it going into court and providing a little bit more teeth to some of these. Because I can issue a ticket to somebody right now. It could be months before they end up seeing a courtroom. And when you end up going to court, you're spending pretty much all day dealing with it there. And who knows how long it's going to take for that to actually get potentially even convicted on, right? Sometimes just to get them out of the door, all they want to do is just and cut a deal. And that's kind of beyond our scope of control. But when it comes to enforcement related stuff, we don't end up looking at that at all. If we end up seeing an offense, we'll deal with the offense right there on the side of the road as we can, and then, you know, we'll deal with the logistics of it afterwards in court.
Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, thank you for this presentation. I just had a question, another door knocking question about noise. And could you speak to some of the challenges that our enforcement officers are having when enforcing a noise bylaw, especially on vehicles?
On noise, Calgary's kind of taken a different approach, especially with, like, for instance, 17th Avenue downtown, where you have a lot of noisy vehicles that are driving around, revving their motors and causing disturbances to addresses and businesses and people that are there. So through their community standards bylaw, they obviously have noise abatement stuff that's through there to be able to deal with any level of noise. Their traffic control bylaw. Our traffic control bylaw has the exact same provisions as well. So for us, as long as it sounds excessive, especially from vehicles, you got a lot of these vehicles that are driving around with no mufflers, that are causing backfires, that are revving their engines at all hours of the night. If we end up running into them, we'll deal with them just on the basis of the vehicle being loud. We can end up issuing that municipal offense if should we need to, and we can switch over to the vehicle equipment regulation where we can dig into significantly more things. If we deem it significantly a big problem, we can end up issuing then an inspection notice for that vehicle then, and there's a whole lot of other provisions that end up coming through that can compel them to go to a mechanic and potentially remedy that issue. But finding it and seeing it, like our members, they try in the evening time, especially if they're working late shifts, I always tell them, go around John Peak Park area. The speed bumps that we ended up installing, they ended up curbing a lot of issues. And naturally, we end up removing them right now for the wintertime because we can't take the snow graders over them, but they've proven to work significantly well. I hope we end up seeing that potentially at some point, even on Main Street, right at the top of John Peak Park, where we have a lot of kids that like to hang out over there. That ends up stopping a lot of stupid driving because they know they'll bottom out their cars or have significant issues there. Marina Drive is also another one that evening time, Marina Drive all through to Paradise Road. Members are consistently trying to travel there, trying to catch whatever we can. You know, Paradise Road is a significant area, especially in the evening time, that we end up getting a lot of speeders. It's a 50-kilometer-an-hour road, and it's not uncommon to see vehicles going 70 kilometers an hour all the way up to 100 kilometers an hour, and we end up dealing with those instantly. Right? There's no ifs, ands, or buts or brakes on that road because kids walk that road. We have buses that end up stopping on that road. There's acreages there. Sometimes you might end up having a dog that's, you know, used to having an open gate, and they know that they can stay within their confinements of their area, but animals are animals. Sometimes they end up wandering off. I don't want an animal hit. I'm an animal lover myself, right? So Marina Drive, big area for noise. We're gonna more than likely end up seeing that on Rainbow Road. Rainbow Road, as we start paving that, we're gonna ensure that we're on that road, ensuring that there's no speeding, that there's no loud, noisy vehicles that are gonna be there. When it was open last year, when it was freshly paved, the amount of people that ended up coming down there and doing stupid stuff is ridiculous. Rainbow Road going towards Rainbow Falls area, freshly paved road. A lot of people love to speed on that road. It's nice, fresh, new. There's no potholes. We're sitting on that road, and I'm sure you guys have seen us, especially in some areas where sometimes we're not as inconspicuous, and other times we're sitting in some spots where people can't see us, and we end up dealing with it as we end up seeing it. But a lot of help for us to be able to combat some of these issues It's complaint driven, especially when it comes to this. If somebody knows a specific time that they are seeing a BMW that's speeding in this area, that's driving like they shouldn't be, let us know. Give us a description. If you have a plate, great. If not, at least I'll know a general time to put my guy there and be able to enforce it and deal with it head on.
Great, thank you. With that, I think we're going to have two motions coming out of this. One, I believe that we are going to be accepting the presentation for information. So can I have a counselor make the motion to present to accept for information, please? Counselor Schindler.
I move that council accept the Community Standards Bylaw Enforcement Procedures Report for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. And I hinted at this earlier. I would like to see us make a motion to bring back bylaw 00325 for review to the December 2nd, 2025 GAP meeting for the purpose of continuing some of this conversation that we're already having, since it'll still be relatively fresh in our minds. Again, at a GAP meeting, we're not doing any first or second or third readings. It's a GAP meeting. It's simply a review. So I would look to administration just to see if that timeline is okay to bring back. But again, this is simply for a review at a GAP meeting for us to be able to talk about it in an open session of council. So is it December 2nd acceptable for administration, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So just for clarification, you're not asking us to make any changes or recommendations. Just bring it to the governance and priorities meeting where you can discuss it. We can have some input to then take away changes.
100%, that's what I'm looking for.
Then that's acceptable.
Okay, thank you. So with that, can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
So move that council direct administration to bring back the Community Standards Bylaw to the December 2nd, 2025 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting for review.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and then just to add on to that thought, then after that review, should there be changes, then we would look at booking subsequent at a regular meeting of council, say in January or February, where then we would do first reading, second reading, all those sorts of things. This is simply to review, to discuss. We might finish this meeting on December 2nd and have zero recommendations back to council, but I think it would be prudent for us to review, even based on some of the information that we've learned today.
I've got a guy for that.
Awesome. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Now we're moving to item 9.3.1, which is a property tax correction. This is being presented by Mr. Kent Edney, our CAO. Mr. Edney.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Dean. So generally, I don't like to read my reports. We've talked about that, but I will spend some time actually reading this report just to make sure that the information is clear. Council's had this report. One of the things that is missing, and I will apologize, there was supposed to be a copy of Policy 450, the taxation of vacant residential and vacant non-residential lands, in your package. That was missed when the agenda was prepped, so there is a copy of it on your desk. It is available on our website as well. At the end of the day, I will summarize this quickly, as this was an administrative error. This was an improper application of our tax rate bylaws and our policy. I'll speak a little bit more about how the policy and the bylaws work and their, I guess, precedent in the Municipal Government Act. At the end of the day, I'm requesting two things from council at the end of this report. The first being a tax reimbursement in the amount of $4,269.23 for roll number 605-07000. And I'd also like council to rescind policy 450, the taxation of vacant residential and vacant non-residential lands. I'll tackle the first motion first and then talk about why I'd like you to rescind the policy. So just for some background reference, in 2009, the city of Chestermere did our annexation with Rocky View County and the acreages areas, all of them, but this specifically being the east acreages. And I think that's an important part to understand as we go through here of why this happened. It happened in the east acreages. This particular parcel is in the east acreages. and should be treated differently and wasn't necessarily at the time. So between 2010 and 2018, this property was a 4-acre lot, and it was assessed at that, and it was assigned the annexation mill rate. So in the agreement with Rocky View County, new residents coming from Rocky View County, or new properties, I guess is the better term, coming into the city, would get the lower of either the Rocky View mill rate at the time or the Chestermere mill rate at the time. Historically, Rocky View's mill rates are lower than Chestermere's, so those acreages received the Rocky View mill rate. In 2018, the property was subdivided. So there was the 4-acre lot was split into 2 individual 2-acre lots. One of the lots being vacant in that there's no residential building, there's nothing on that property. The other property having the home and the 2 acres. What happened at that time, at the same time this is all happening, so an important part of this is this becomes what we call in the annexation agreement a triggering event. So in the annexation agreement with Rocky View, if any of those acreages get subdivided, they are now no longer subject to the annexation agreement and then fall into the city of Chestermere taxation policies and taxation rates. In 2019, which would have been the first year where these 2 new properties are subject to the city of Chestermere, Council passed bylaw 11-19, being the division of assessment classes, and they also passed at the same time policy 450, which was the taxation of vacant residential. So a really key aspect to this particular property, and we did discuss this not related to this property, but related to vacant residential in general at tax time in 2025 here, was the bylaw defines vacant land as lands that have water or sewer services or both to the property lines. So that's a key component of this particular issue. Being in the East Acreages, this property does not have water or sewer at the property lines. In fact, it's over 800 meters to get to the nearest sewer property line. What happened in here is there's a policy 450 is actually contradictory to the bylaw in that policy 450 defines vacant land as only land that doesn't have a principal dwelling. So it doesn't actually reference whether it's serviced or not. It references vacant land in its definitions as land without a building. So I can't generally comment exactly why at the time things happened, but what happened was this property got assigned to vacant residential. I'm going to assume on the belief by staff at the time, I can't speak back that far here, believing that being in a city that there would be water and sewer there, not necessarily taking into account that the East Acreages is a unique area and those properties don't have water or sewer into them. So that's kind of the background. Again, just reiterating, if you look at the bylaws, so when you're working under the MGA, then you're working on under anything we do in city, bylaw and resolution is how council acts. Policies are simply there to guide on how to implement a bylaw. So in this case, the policy doesn't override the bylaw. It's supposed to be there to provide administrative clarity on how to implement the bylaw. And in the bylaw, it clearly says that vacant residential means that the land is serviced, with service being defined as having water and sewer, or one or the other. It doesn't include electricity or natural gas. So you can have electricity and natural gas, but not sewer and water, and it doesn't consider itself surface. It also means there's no principal building, and it's been registered on title for 3 or more years. So that's where now in 2018, the land was subdivided, and then in 2021, is that right? 2021 or 2022? 2022 is the first year then with that new policy that this land, in administration's view, would have been sitting vacant for 3 years, didn't have a residential building, but somewhere in this process it was overlooked about the water and the sewer connection. So making a really long story short, we applied our bylaw improperly to this particular property. I know one of the questions that's going to come is this a rampant problem in Chestermere? And so far, I haven't found another property that this applies to. This is unique to the acreage areas where there isn't water or sewer. The policy does apply to a whole bunch of other properties, you know, in East Chestermere Drive, in East Lakeview, in some of those areas where there is water and sewer. My investigation is this is the only property that got caught in this unique situation. So two things that become relevant here is in 2025, we had the discussion at budget time about trying to encourage development of some of these vacant lots that have been sitting for 15 or 20 years in established neighborhoods with nobody doing anything. As part of that, council raised the tax rate on those vacant properties to basically the limit that's allowed under the Municipal Government Act. What this did at the time, and I'm speaking on behalf of the resident and the landlord, but I think she said this earlier, was it caused her bill to triple. And at the end of the day, you know, that was kind of the intent was, hey, go develop this land or do something with it, and not hurt their particular situation, but for the other properties through the community was either you can sit and land speculate and we're going to recover a little bit more tax, or please go develop your lot and get it in under the residential. So this, of course, caused some sticker shock, for no better term, I think, for the particular resident. Realized that, hey, something's funky going on here. My bill is tripled. Brought that to administration's attention. And under the MGA, we can correct errors in the current tax year. So when administration realized, hey, working through this, the application of the policy and the bylaw wasn't consistent with the intents of the bylaw, we're going to go ahead and we're going to make this change. So for 2025, administration went and reclassified this property into residential, going back to the lower mill rate, and made that correction for 2025. One of the things that we can't do under the Municipal Government Act is we can't just go change prior tax years. Administration doesn't have the authority to do that. Only council can do that. And in the MGA, there's no actual provision to go back and authorize like changing of the assessment rolls or changing anything about how the property was classified at the time. But what council can do, and it's up on the screen here right now, is under section 347 of the MGA, council can, if you believe it's equitable to do so, focus on Part B, cancel or refund all or part of a tax. So my request for council today in this particular circumstance is, yes, for the 3-year period of 2022 through 2024, their property was improperly classified by administration. They were overtaxed. You can see in the breakdown of amounts, the mill rate that was being applied was just over 7.6%. The proper mill rate should have been 4.8, and you can see how it works through every year as that council at the time continued to drop the mill rates. My request through council is that you authorize under Part 347(1)B refunding the difference in the tax that should have been paid if the property was properly classified versus the tax that was actually paid due to the improper classification. And again, you can see the breakdown in the amounts there as you go through the request for decision. I will address the one comment from the public input about interest. So I did receive the email. I apologize for not responding. There's been a lot going on here with changes in administration and the election, but I specifically didn't address interest in here. And this is likely more a philosophical question for council to deal with if you would like to deal with it. The interest was not paid. It was not cash that came out of the homeowner's bank. We didn't charge 18%. The tip payments were always up to speed. Tax was paid on time. So in my view, this is I don't know what the courts would, a loss of use. So perhaps in theory, if we hadn't taken the $4,000, the landowner could have done something with that money. One of them could have been put it in a bank account and earn some interest on it. But from the Municipal Government Act's perspective, we don't deal in hypotheticals of what could have happened. We're required to deal in where did money actually exchange and take place. So in this case, we never actually charged interest on anything. It's sort of the reverse way, charging us interest essentially. Or her request would be charging us interest for having her money on that time. So that's not put in here. It's not a request. It's not a recommendation. Again, from our perspective, it's dealing with money that we brought in that we shouldn't have and giving that money back. If council would like to address the interest issue, that's something we could discuss, but it's not a recommendation in here for this. So the first part of the RFD is to refund that $4,269.23 that we did overcharge for those 3 tax years. The second request is to rescind policy 450. At the end of the day, the proper way to deal with anything tax related is through your tax bylaws, through your division of assessment bylaws. We have captured the definitions and the assessment classes accurately in our current year's bylaw. We've dealt with those fully in there where they should be. There is no ambiguity in our current bylaw on how these properties should be dealt with. And my view is this policy really only adds to some confusion because some of the definitions in the policy are different than those in the bylaw. The bylaw takes precedent. Rather than updating the policy to just reiterate what is in a bylaw, I would ask council to just rescind that policy so there is no confusion moving forward. Again, this is an administrative error. It's a mistake on our 10,000 property rolls for one mistake. Well, it's vitally important to the person that affects. I don't see it as a systemic issue happening through the tax department. This was a unique situation where, for whatever reason, the first time it was assessed this way, and it just continued forward with nobody, frankly, really noticing. We do have a process where, as a resident, when you do get your assessment roll in, you can review your assessment, you can see your classification, you can call the number, you can report it to the city, you can come appeal it, I guess. You can object to how it is. While that process is there for something like this, it's also not something as a regular resident we're necessarily going to notice until something materially changes. So trying to pull it this politically right of, I've heard, yes, there was some responsibility on the homeowner to mention, hey, maybe this happened. But again, sure, but I think it's our job to do it right in the first place. And we didn't do it right in the first place. So I'm respectfully requesting that council refund this tax money to this particular resident.
Thank you. I just have a quick question with regards to that interest piece. So the beauty and the curse of being on council is you're always dealing so while we deal with issues on a one-on-one basis, there's also the idea that we have to consistently look at the big picture of precedents and courts and all that. Do we have a legal opinion on the refund or the possible refund or the inclusion of interest? And if there's liability, if there's concern, is there precedence, do we have any kind of a legal opinion with regards to the interest?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. No, we don't have a formal legal opinion. That is something we could get. The first time I did hear about this request for interest was kind of after this report was already written. But you've hit on two things that I know the lawyers will talk about, and I tried to hit it of, we didn't actually take any money. So this is a hypothetical question of what should the interest rate be? Should it be 18%? I would strongly suggest that there isn't, because this would be a philosophical discussion on what that interest rate should be. To your point, does it open up that we now pay interest every time somebody overpays their utility bill by accident? They type in $110 when it was only $101, and now we start to pay interest on their $9. I know they're a different situation, but they're not from a municipality's perspective. And I think that's where, again, we try to deal in what cash actually went in versus what cash actually went out. And this isn't cash that went out or in from anywhere at that point. So we could get a legal opinion.
Well, I'm noticing
what that legal opinion would say.
Well, I'm noticing within the MGA, now obviously 3471 listed here and 2, that this is a snapshot of the MGA, and as we have eloquently learned over the last as we continue on in these roles, it's important to read through the entire MGA and not just pull out snapshots of pieces of the MGA. But I am assuming that we have looked at the rest of the MGA to ensure that the MGA doesn't address interest one way or the other. This is a snapshot. I understand that. Is interest at all spoken about one way or the other within the MGA?
Through the mayor, it is spoken about, but not directly in relation to a topic like this, right? It's spoken about in regards to borrowing bylaws and making sure we authorize how much interest we're going to pay and those kind of things. The one thing with the MGA, and it's a double-edged sword, it's a blessing and a curse.
Mm-hmm.
Often on many of these things, council can do whatever you'd like. We learned that in orientation. You can't do something that is against the MGA, but when the MGA doesn't specifically address it, then it's kind of at your discretion. So this is one of those topics that becomes a municipal best practice. And where do you want to fall on that spectrum?
Great, thank you. Yeah. So my suggestion, council, with regards to this, and open up here for conversation. My suggestion would be that, just thinking this through. My suggestion would be that we make the motions that have been presented to us. We can open those up for debate at that time. But because I'm about to start a debate, I want to have a motion on the floor. So can I have a councillor make the first motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approved the tax reimbursement in the amount of $4,269.23 for roll number 60507000.
Okay, thank you. So the reason I'm proceeding this way is just from a legislative standpoint. Not supposed to debate an item unless there's a motion on the floor. Now I have a motion on the floor to open up for debate. So we could change, we could increase this amount, we could decrease this amount, we can play with that motion. My suggestion, council, would be that we follow through with the two motions that have been recommended to us by council, by administration, and then possibly add a third motion directing administration to both get a legal review and an opinion from municipal affairs with regards to the interest side of this. Personally, I do not feel comfortable dealing with the interest without both a legal opinion and a municipal affairs opinion on best practice when it comes to that. but I would like to pursue that just from a municipal affairs best practice standpoint, as well as a legal opinion just from a big picture standpoint. So opening up that question for debate under this motion. So for myself, that's where I would sit with regards to the following motion. But opening up to comments, questions, debate from Councilor Schindler.
Yeah, I would echo that. I don't have enough information to make a sound decision on whether or not interest is applicable here. So I would like to see that, at least from municipal affairs, because that might set a precedent for other communities as well. So I just want to see where the municipal affairs is on that, and our legal opinions as well.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm listening to your suggestions and Councillor Schindler's suggestions in regards to the legal opinion. I mean, we're talking about $4,300 here, and if we were to get a legal opinion, I know there's a expense to the city that would cost probably more than the interest. And secondly, we've also heard from our CAO indicating that the MGA is unclear whether if there's a requirement if there's a requirement for us to pay back additional fees inclusive of interest. So it's really up to us, and that's probably what legal is going to tell us. So I wouldn't want to go and spend money getting a legal opinion, one, for something that's relatively immaterial value, and two, it's going to cost the city money that will certainly be more than any interest that we'd pay, knowing that it's up to us to make that decision.
Right, and I think we all understand that this $4,000 does not include the interest.
Correct.
Right, the interest would be on top of this. That's right. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I think just to add on to one of Councillor Warzanowski's comments, just for clarity, you don't have to do this. There's nothing in the MGA that says you need to do this. It says if you would like to and you consider it equitable being throughout the community, that this person was treated unfairly compared to other people in the community, then you can go do something like this. So, yeah, just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. Thank you, Mr. Edney. That's all my comment really was, is because the MGA is unclear, legal is probably going to tell us the same thing. So why waste the money in getting a legal opinion? If we want to do this, we can decide and debate this and move forward. That's all I'm suggesting. Let's save the legal expenses in finding out what we already know.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions with regards to the motion that's on the floor? Okay. So, sorry. You're good? Okay. Sorry. Comments, questions from council with regards to the motion that's on the floor? Call for the vote. Thank you, and that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving to the second motion, before I do that, Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I just wanted to make a comment to the last comment by Councillor Warzanowski, where my advice, if you're going to consider a third motion, would be to actually go talk to municipal affairs and get a legal opinion. Well, this particular item, Councillor Warzanowski may be correct. The legal bill could be more than the interest. This has ramifications far beyond just this one particular item that I think it would be important for council to understand. So if you're considering going that way, I would recommend getting more information on it.
Thank you. So I'm going to pause that thought because let's wait till we get to that motion, then then I'll say, yeah, what he said. So we have the motion to rescind the policy. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I moved that council rescind policy number 450, being the taxation of vacant residential and non-vacant or vacant non-residential lands.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And with that, I am going to ask that we put the third motion on the floor. Josh, going to rely on your incredible skill here. So the motion will be to direct administration to get an opinion from municipal affairs and legal on the interest on the request, I apologize, on the request to include interest on the refund payment for, what's the tax roll number? Mr. Edney, I feel like it should be this specific. Do you? I think we should be very specific on this. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Edney. Mike, there we go.
Yeah, sorry if I could add, so council directed administration opinion to include interest on the refund pay for a role and its implications to other aspects of city operations.
Thank you. Okay. Deputy Mayor Naran.
Thank you, Worship. I was thinking that to keep it to maybe general, not putting in the roll number, because we essentially want a legal opinion that can help us support not just the present decision, but also future ones. So, when you're talking about implications to other aspects of city operations, I find that quite general. So I would say removing the roll number.
Okay, what's your suggestion on how the motion would read?
Just remove the roll number. So essentially what we want is a clear indication from legal as to how we should proceed, just not now, but also in future.
So then would it be to include interest on tax refund payments?
Yeah.
So just put in the word tax in front of refund?
Yes.
And take out the word the?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Deputy Mayor, do you feel comfortable then in making said motion?
Yes, certainly.
Deputy Mayor?
Yes, I move the council direct administration to get an opinion from municipal affairs and legal on the request for decision to include interest on tax refund payments and its implications to other aspects of city operations.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions from council with regards to the matter? Thank you. With that, we'll call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. With that, I believe that concludes that matter, correct? Is that Mr. Edney? Is there anything else with that? Okay. With that, we are going to be calling for lunch. Council is having a working lunch here today with some guests. So we're going to call for lunch. And I'm going to suggest that we make it just a little bit longer due to us having our guests coming. So we'll come back at 1:15 from lunch. Coming back at 1:15. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our lunch break here and finishing off the last few items that we have on our agenda today. Moving now to item 9.3.2, which is a budget meetings update. This is coming from our CAO, Mr. Kent Edney.
All right, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just waiting for perfect. So just further to our discussions last week during council orientation, originally we had tentatively blocked off a week and a half from now for 5 days of budget meetings. Just with changes that we've seen in administration, specifically in the finance department over the past couple of weeks here, we unfortunately aren't quite prepared to start the in-depth discussion on the 17th as originally planned. My request is for council to think about some dates that work with your schedules. I didn't receive feedback from everybody, but I did receive feedback from the majority of you on days that didn't work. So these are just some proposed dates that seem to work and be available for us to set some dates to discuss budget. The days in bold, from the ones I heard from, works for everybody to be present. The ones that are not bolded are available generally, but there's one potential counselor not available for those times. Did try to work around. We do have AB Munis coming up. We have intermunicipal meetings with Rocky View, with Calgary, etc. So these dates are in an attempt to kind of work around those already scheduled events we have with other municipalities. My hope would be to have final approval at our December 9th meeting. However, we can call a special meeting if needed to look at budget as a separate meeting on its own. But I think if we were to set 4 of these days as days we plan to meet to discuss budget, I think that should be more than sufficient to get us across the finish line, and we can just cancel whatever days we don't want to meet to discuss. So I'm really leaving it open. We can start, I think, as early as November 26th. Likely, but again, there's a counselor unavailable. Friday, November 28th, and then really that first week of December if it's free. And actually, now that I've highlighted December 5th, I think that doesn't work for the mayor. So
the morning
I can't
would work.
unhighlight that.
Yeah, the morning would work, but the afternoon, I have another commitment at 1 o'clock.
Yes.
My proposal, council, would be what if we currently booked the 28th, 234. And then we can be strategic with our gap meeting on December the 2nd as to how much we actually end up putting on that agenda moving forward for that gap meeting so that we can ensure that the gap meeting is basically just for the morning. And then have the budget conversations for the afternoon. So we could be strategic with our planning, and then anything that's not pressing, we could just bump to the January gap meeting. Sorry, Councilor Wojciechowski.
28th after 11 a.m. I'm unavailable.
Okay.
So
do we want to start with the morning maybe as a preliminary so we at least have to look at the information that Friday morning?
I would suggest if we do that we meet earlier in the morning because I have to be somewhere at 11 a.m. So I'd leave at 10:30, or leaving us only 2.5 hours if we meet at 8 a.m.
Okay. So what if we go 8 to 10:30 on the 11th and then 2, 3, 4 thereafter? That works? That works. Everybody's nodding. Okay. What do you need? Okay. Thank you. This is what you need. So the times we don't need though, right? We just need to put in the dates. Or do you want the times? Right. Okay. So we're looking at November 28th, December 2, 3, 4. We're not putting in the times, just the dates. Okay. Does that work for the motion, Mr. Edney? Councillor Wojciechowski.
I hear a sigh of disappointment from you.
No.
Okay. No, I'm just for council and our schedules and administration included. I mean, they're here every day, but we aren't. I have no problem meeting on that Friday for 2.5 hours. And just curious if we even need that Friday. If we just do 2, 3, 4, is that enough time through our mayor and to you, Mr. Edney?
My recommendation would be that we get that, because then at least we could have a preliminary review. Then it would give us the weekend to really dig into it as we wanted to come in then really prepared for December the 2nd.
Then I would support, I mean, this motion's not on the table yet, but then I would suggest this is a good idea for somebody to motion. And as part of that first morning, as long as administration understands, let's just focus that first meeting on, here's the summary, this is what we're looking at, this is what our game plan is, and then really hit it hard the following week. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Can I have Councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Council direct administration to schedule November 28th, 2025 and December 2nd to 4th, 2025 as budget meeting dates.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next one on the list is the adjustment for utilities officer, presented also by Mr. Kent Edney, our CAO.
All right, thank you, Mayor Dean. Through you to council, this is a request for the utility company 1538974 Alberta Limited. I just made a brief comment recognizing some changes on the executive team here at the city of Chestermere. This requires us to make a change on the for I guess the administrative appointments to our utility company. So with Ms. Sandy Johal-Watt no longer being with the organization, I'd respectfully ask the board of directors for the utility company to remove Sandy as the corporate secretary and add Grayson Motch as the corporate secretary of the corporation, which gives me a good introduction into, because I don't think we've had a chance yet this meeting to introduce Grayson. Grayson's our new director of utilities. So Grayson comes to us from the East Kootenay Regional District, and before that, the City of Medicine Hat, with over 25 years of experience in everything that this utility company does. So essentially, Grayson's working on the day-to-day operation of the utility company and helping sort out what's going in the operations there. So my request would be to have myself and Grayson on, as I'm still the CEO and Grayson would be the corporate secretary. We've also had the senior manager of finance, Mark Shonkin, join us. As of yesterday, he's not in the meeting today because nothing is on his budget or on the agenda for his department. But at some point, we'll likely put him in as the corporate secretary for the utility. But I figured I'd let him get up to speed. I didn't expect him to have all the answers day one, but maybe by Friday he will. So we'll see how that goes. And I'm remiss that at some point I never actually formally introduced Matt Anderson, who's sitting down at the end of the table. There's no camera coming onto him, but he is our manager of communications. So want to add a formal introduction there for the public. So my two motions I'm requesting are the board of directors remove Sandy and they add Grayson.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, Matt was lucky there. I was able to switch the camera over to Grayson, but Matt's hiding in the corner over there, but it's fine. So with that, can I have the councillor make the first motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that the board of directors remove Sandy Johal-Watt as corporate secretary of the corporation.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And can I have the councillor make the second motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Board of Directors appoint Grayson Motch as the corporate secretary of the corporation.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, bylaw 042-25 being the committee bylaw. This is item 9.4.1. This is being presented by Ms. Vanessa Vandermeer, Manager for Legislative Services.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Hope you're having a great afternoon so far. This was asked to be brought back at the last meeting that we had. The changes that were asked to be made were the additions of the renaming of adding Chestermere Interfaith Committee, removing Mayor Task Force from the non-for-profits, just making it not-for-profit committee, removing the Mayor's Task Force, the title for Recreation, it's now Recreation Committee. Also, you had also asked in 7.1, council representation to committees to have a minimum of 1 where you previously had 2. Bringing these forward, if council has any other amendments they would like to see. If not, I am requesting that we have first reading, second reading, move to third and final reading, and third and final reading.
Great, thank you. Before proceeding, are there any quick comments or questions from council with regards to this? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question through you, either to you or to Mr. Edney and through to administration. There's 2 items on here that I swear we talked about. 10.1, which is talking about at the first meeting of each year, each committee shall elect a chair and vice chair. And then related is 12.1. So I'm looking for clarification on when is the first meeting of each year? Is it after the organizational meeting or is it in January? And in 12.1, should elect chair and vice chair be added?
Thank you. You're bringing forward something too, and since you had directed the question a couple different ways, I'm going to take a first swing at this. I get it that there are a couple of simple changes that we need to make to this bylaw right now, but I think that there are some others. So as I went through, I have a list of probably 6 other items that I was looking at, and that is also one that I had looked at. And so what I'm wondering before we start to go through and council, I'm wondering what our appetite is here this afternoon to do kind of the overhaul on this bylaw right now, or do we want to make these changes that these are kind of like the need to be made, if you will. So the Mayor's Task Force are no more because we're changing them to committees. And then I wanted to have a little bit of debate on the 7.1 item. But to council, I just want to know, I just want to check in with you as to kind of your appetite for wanting to do that. Ms. Vandermeer.
Through the chair to council, I was also under the understanding that you were all going to review it on the December 2nd gap. So for other changes that we wanted to have made. This is just that we need now is done.
Right. Yeah. That's where I'm at as well. And so I'm wondering if we should hold off on some of these other ones and then just make these 2 simple changes, because that other one I think is a debatable item as well on the 7.1. However, I do feel a certain tension with regards to when the chair and vice chair is selected, because this is simply my opinion. In my opinion, that sentence should probably be changed to after the organizational meeting, right? Because we didn't change, and so that would be a change that that we would need to make to that. That could be considered a simple change. And then it would simply fall in line. So if we were to, for example, change that one that you've raised and say after the organizational meeting, each committee shall elect a chair or vice chair, then at least it's clear, right? And then every year you just do it after the organizational meeting. So if that would be acceptable, we could address that one and then hold off on the rest until the December 2nd gap meeting. Would that address said concern, Councillor Sambo?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I would prefer not to get into it today because we have another item after the meeting. But that one particular item, yes, that clarity is needed for the committees who will be meeting before our next meeting.
Yeah, I agree. I thought we were doing all this on December 2nd, but I agree that 2 of these we for sure need to make the change to. Okay, so then can we have a motion to give council give first reading to bylaw with the following amendments? So first amendment, sorry.
Sorry, through the chair to council. All the amendments have been changed. This is a brand new bylaw number. A previous committee bylaw was 024-25, and we're now 042.25, adding, because we don't do amendment bylaws unless we're doing the land use. So we did this as a brand new bylaw number just for these changes, and then we will direct it for in the new year once you guys make your decisions on the December 2nd.
But I don't agree with some of the changes that are made in this bylaw.
Which you can make changes to.
So then I'd have to go back and make the changes. Sorry, Councilor Warzanowski.
I'll let you stay on this topic and come back to me.
Thank you. Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. So for clarity, you want to make changes to the bylaw that was presented here?
Okay, so I will apologize. I made a mistake. I thought that I didn't realize that this was a brand new committee bylaw because I don't see that outlined in the RFD. Like, I don't see that as a comment. And while I generally do, where does it say that?
So
It says committee bylaw. Yeah, that it was reviewed, but it doesn't say that it's a new Right. Okay. So
it's not a new bylaw.
No,
it's the
right.
same content as the previous bylaw. But to update a bylaw, it has a new bylaw number. We don't do an amending bylaw. We just do a new bylaw that then rescinds the old bylaw.
fair, but without careful review, because it's not redlined, we have to try and catch the changes.
Yes, so I think there
So
should
for-
be only 2 changes.
Nope.
Or was there more?
Yeah. Because another change that has been made is that is moving it from 2 counselors on a committee to 1.
And that is stated in the RFD.
Yes, but I wanted to debate said item because, okay. Okay, so then here is what I think we should do. Okay, that's great. I got it. What I think we should do first now. Okay, so options then is that we could give first reading, get it on the table. That gives us the ability to talk about it. We don't have to do second and third reading today at all. So we could stick it on there, give it first reading, not make any changes, not do second and third, and then just recommend that this come back to the December 2nd one. And the only things that are sort of out of line is that we haven't changed the name of Rec Committee, the task force, to the others, which I don't see as a material get us in trouble problem. Fair? So what if we just give this first reading to get it onto the table, pass first reading, maybe, but if we don't pass first reading, then we have to wait 6 months. So we do first reading, right? And then we hold off, bring this back to GAP so that we can have a thorough review of said bylaw, right? And then do second and third, then it would be December the 9th or whatever it would be. Yeah? I see thumbs up. I see thumbs up. Okay, so then can I have a counselor make the motion to give first reading to this bylaw, please? Counselor Schindler, sorry.
I move that council give first reading to bylaw number 042-25 being the committee bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? I just want to ensure and make it very, very clear. This means that the previous committee bylaw is still in effect.
That's correct.
Meaning that all the rules and regulations that exist for our committees exist under our current committee bylaw. We're not making any changes. So then, each committee is in line with that each committee currently has 2 counselors on it, meaning that committees could go ahead and start meeting tomorrow if they wanted to. All correct? Great. Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. Do we need a motion to bring this back to December 2nd, or I think we already did that? So we're just going to pass first reading and then move on to the next items. Great, thank you. Going to Deputy Mayor rotation. Councillor Schindler.
I would just like to request if we could get a red line of the committee bylaw, that would be great. Thank you kindly.
Okay, Deputy Mayor rotation schedule. This is being presented by Josh Solano, Legislative Assistant 2.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Josh Stanislaw coming back again with the Deputy Mayor rotation schedule.
I'm getting closer. That's what I said last meeting.
Every time you say it, it sounds different.
All right.
Stanislaw, there you go.
All right.
Coming back to you with the deputy mayor rotation schedule. So the recommendation that administration is asking is that council adopt the deputy mayor rotation schedule with 8 months being the term length as outlined in bylaw 012-25 being the procedural amendment bylaw. So for background, on October 30th, 2025, the org meeting, a motion was passed to amend the current procedural bylaw to extend the duration of the deputy mayor term length from 4 to 8 months, which ensures continuity. You guys did the drawing of lots to determine the order of the rotation and has directed administration to come back today with the specific dates for the terms. I would like to point out that we don't have a calendar yet for 2027, 2028, and 2029, but we did our best to put the starting dates of each councillor at the last Tuesday of the month, which goes along with our tradition of the regular meetings being on the second and fourth Tuesday of the month. And it was also brought to my attention that administration will be bringing back a 2027, 2028, and 2029 council calendar pretty soon. So today I'm just looking for a motion to adopt the proposed terms as outlined in the RFD. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please, for the deputy mayor rotation? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. The council adopt the deputy mayor rotation schedule with 8 months being the term length as outlined in a bylaw number 012-25 being the procedural amendment bylaw.
Thank you. Just before calling for comments, questions from council, I have a couple that I want to make. Number one, I'm just wondering if there are 3 things that we could address from an administrative level. One would be, I haven't noticed it this morning, if we could change the nameplate that's in front of the councillor at that time. So each time we change deputy mayor, if we could change the nameplate that is in front of that particular councillor. So now it would be deputy mayor in front of Deputy Mayor Narayan. Number 2, I would like to see us celebrate and highlight each individual when they become the new deputy mayor with a bit of a social media post and or online presence, just to acknowledge and celebrate that. And a third comment that I would have with regards to the motion would be, if it's possible, if it would be possible for us to, I don't think these need to be motions though. These are just comments to the motion. Would be the name tag, since we're going for 8 months now, so that when said councillor is attending events, I know that we probably cannot get this in time for events as soon as this Friday, because I know that we are, even this Friday, Deputy Mayor and I are having to divide up attendance at events because we're being asked to attend multiple events at the exact same time. So Deputy Mayor is taking some, I'm taking some. If it would be possible for that length of time, if we could order each councillor a different one that says Deputy Mayor on it, so that when during their time as Deputy Mayor. So just those three comments with regards to the motion. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. The only comment I would add to your commentary is if we're doing the name tags, just maybe having somebody on our team have a quick look at revising them, so to bring them up to current and make them look shiny and new on behalf of our council. And I've used that same supplier. If you ask nicely, they can probably give you a pretty quick turnaround. Maybe not for this Friday, but certainly possibly for next week. But thank you for your commentary.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to administration, I'm just wondering about the end date here on my term being the final one. Should it go to the 2029 organizational meeting of council, or should that go to election day?
It's what we usually do because you're still considered a counselor until the next org meeting.
Even if
Until the
not
swearing in.
successfully reelected.
Correct.
The more you know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's until swearing in. So until the new council's sworn in. Because if something happens in the weird in-between time, right? If something happens in the weird in-between time, you still need a governance that is in place. That's why it is councillor-elect and mayor-elect, because you are still that person until the swearing in. Okay. With that, call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 9.5.1, the Rainbow Falls Boulevard update. This is being presented by Mike Fluker, our Director of Community Operations.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure to be here before you, and welcome back to this first session as a group. I think it's worth mentioning that, to my understanding, it is the only council in Alberta where everyone was re-elected. So, job well done. Today I bring before you a report for information. The recommendation to council is this regarding the Rainbow Falls Boulevard pedestrian safety issue, that council accept the Rainbow Falls Boulevard pedestrian safety report for information. The background on this is goes all the way back to September of 2024, when a concerned citizen contacted the city regarding the newly repaved section of Rainbow Falls Boulevard, stating that the crosswalk had not been repainted and that pedestrian traffic that was impacted, including the neighborhood children, putting them at risk for speeding vehicles. So at the time, this was addressed with the crosswalk being painted in, and the CPOs directed to make a focused enforcement effort. We didn't get any further complaints until July of 2025, and another citizen called in to express concerns about speeding and the need for more traffic control and enforcement. This was responded to by installing a second painted crosswalk, additional speed control signs, and continued focused enforcement. And to date, we have not received any further complaints about this stretch of roadway. So the implication of these measures seems to have enhanced the local public safety in the area. And we haven't considered any other options, as none appear to have been required as a result of the success here. That's pretty much it, unless there's any questions.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from council with regards to the Rainbow Falls Boulevard safety update? Thank you. With that, I believe we just have a motion to accept for information, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council accept the Rainbow Falls Boulevard pedestrian safety report for information.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And then item 9.5.2, talk about an item hearing at the door. Rainbow Falls Road North paving update being presented by Mr. Mike Fluker.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. This is an update on the Rainbow Road North upgrade. And I don't want to call it a paving situation because we're not paving the road, but we are upgrading the road and we're doing it with recycled asphalt. So to give a quick history on this, on July 8th of 2025, Council approved the allocation of $405,000 from the Local Government Fiscal Framework Fund for the placement of recycled asphalt on the existing base of Rainbow Road North to allow for the opening of this section of roadway to regular traffic. The project was sent out for tender and awarded to the successful bidder, a company called Grindstone Paving. They commenced road preparation approximately a week ago, and they began road bed preparation and recycled asphalt placement on November 3rd. If you've been by the area, you'll see that they've been very busy with this, and they've actually made some significant progress. The expected completion date is, I put in here November 12th. It probably will be done earlier. All required signage will be installed and barricades removed with an anticipated reopening no later than November 17th. We do intend to place a truck traffic ban on the road. And that will be reinforced on a regular basis. So with that, the recommendation to council that council accept the Rainbow Road North upgrade for information. And if you have any technical questions, my manager of roads has agreed to attend here to answer those questions that I have no knowledge of.
Great, thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one comment through the chair to administration about the road bans. I'm glad you mentioned that, Mr. Fluker, because with this being not a full reef pavement, taking care of that road will be important, and us making sure there's not heavy trucks going down there on a consistent basis will be prudent to making sure that happens. So I'm not sure if you've decided on an appropriate level of road ban yet, but I'm happy to hear that you're going down that route.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Grant. And indeed, the road ban will be 100% for truck traffic. The exceptions will be by permit for those businesses that are living and operating along that road. The signage will go up that will allow us to enforce along there, and I've had regular meetings with the CPOs with respect to that, so enforcement will be underway. I expect that we will probably end up issuing citations to a number of truckers until the word gets out. Yeah, looking forward to see how this looks and what the outcome will be. As we stated previously, we do have a maintenance budget for this. We're confident that the road will stand up significantly well to local traffic. However, if for some reason it needs to be maintained and repaired from time to time, we have budget to do that, and it won't be significant dollars. We can do it with our own equipment.
Thank you. Councillor Grant, a follow-up?
Thank you, Mayor. I would just also like to stress the concern of while the Highway 1 road is not our property or our jurisdiction, I would like to make sure that we're advocating to the province for probably some acceleration lanes, maybe deceleration lane. I know that's not in our purview, but we can do what we're supposed to do and advocate to the province and make sure they understand the situation and make sure they understand how important this intersection is to us. So if we can include that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Indeed, acknowledged, and we will do just that. Thank you.
And I would also encourage all of our members on council, be strategic in who we're talking to at AB Munis next week in seeking out the people from that particular department and stressing this over and over while we're at Munis next week. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. The engineer in me will ask an obvious question. In consideration that you'll be opening by November 17th, I just want to confirm or reconfirm through our mayor administration, you, Mr. Fluker, that the transitions are all also going to be completed at Highway 1 and at Chestermere Boulevard, or wherever that transition starts on the repaving. And not only that, there's a few entrances and exits from Rainbow Road along that corridor.
Indeed, and I think I'll let our manager of roads speak to that and give you specifics.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. Yes, we are working on the transitions. That was one of the first things they did. Putting in an 8-inch asphalt surface. We cored out 8 inches, so it'll be smooth transition where Rainbow Road goes onto the current pavement that's currently there. The road does narrow, so we'll have all the proper signage up. That's why we kind of shot for the November 17th, just to make sure on our side of things we have everything completed and up by November 17th.
Thank you. And then one more follow-up to that is painting also before the 17th?
There will be no painting because it's a recycled asphalt surface. It's a reworkable surface.
Okay.
So we can provide maintenance in-house and cut down on costs.
Okay, then let's ensure that our signage is proper for passing, no passing, et cetera, if it's unmarked.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Great. With that, I believe we are accepting for information. Can I have a councillor make the following motion to accept for information, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council accept the Rainbow Road North upgrade report for information.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, we have come to the end of our agenda here for this afternoon. So I'm going to call for a motion to adjourn the meeting. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I really appreciate. I move that the council adjourn the meeting at 1:52 p.m.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.